Good morning, everyone. I was obviously too eager to get going to start this day 2 of this great Connected Skies Summit. So huge welcome to everyone who's here in person and especially to those who are online. I know we had over 200 people sign up actually from around the world to join us here today. So I'm Rachel Gardner-Poole. I'm the Chief Operating Officer at Connected Places Catapult, and I'm the host for these couple of days. But before we get started, we have a couple of housekeeping notices. So we're not expecting any fire alarm tests today. So if you do hear the fire alarm, please do follow the green emergency exits, and the museum staff will also be on hand to direct you. You'll also find the bathrooms, they're on this level, so they're at the back over there. And the other thing to mention is the Wi-Fi code is on the front of your badge here, and we've also got the agenda on the back as well. So as we discussed yesterday, the UK is competing on a global stage to achieve net zero aviation. And at the same time, we've got new modes of flight from electric aircraft and drones and the huge advances that have been made in those areas in the last few years. And we now really are in a new age of aviation, and innovation is at the heart of it. Certainly we've got quite a few challenges, and as I mentioned yesterday, and it was a real theme that came through yesterday, was that with any challenge, there comes opportunities. Just a couple of the challenges that we're experiencing are looking at climate action, global recovery from COVID. But with these challenges, some of the opportunities are things like providing opportunities for UK innovators in the drive towards net zero. Also, often out of these challenges comes things like new technologies and also the future of air mobility as well. So today we will continue to explore how we achieve green aviation and how to transform our urban and rural environments through air mobility. Just to give a quick recap from yesterday for those who are joining us today for the first time, we started the day hearing from Minister Courts, where he set out the UK's ambition for the future of aviation in meeting net zero by 2050. These sessions then went on to outline some of the different elements we all need to consider as we continue to innovate. And getting buy-in from the general public for the future of air mobility, and in particular acknowledging the impact aviation has on the climate today and how this might be addressed. And it's also critical that the future is economically sustainable and not just driven by short-term profit, but has long-term viability and acceptance from public, both as consumers and voters. And then finally, we heard about the benefit of collaboration through partnerships. So today we've got another full agenda. We'll be starting this morning with a fireside chat. So we've got quick, short and sharp 10-minute discussions with Gary Cutts, Emma Gilthorpe, Andy Jefferson and Gary Elliott. And there will be an opportunity to ask questions as well, both from the audience and online as well. And that will be followed by a session on decarbonising aviation, as well as lunch, networking and the exhibition. Do take time to have a look at that. And after lunch, we'll be focused on future aviation and aviation sustainability. And the plan is to finish at 3:30. So we are streamlining the event online. So as I said, there is a platform to ask questions. And also upstairs, we are still trying to collate your thoughts on some of the challenges and get your views about the future of aviation. So we've got 3 boards upstairs and the equivalent one online for you to put in your views. The other point to note is that if you want to ask questions, you don't have to put your hand up in the audience. You can use Slido as well if you want to ask it anonymously, and you can see the details there online. So now to begin this morning. So we are now going to look at the opportunities in our airports and commercial aviation. So our first person we're going to have the discussion with is Gary Cutts. Gary is the Director of Future Flight Challenge for UKRI. And the aim of Future Flight Challenge is to demonstrate innovative ways to achieve greener flight, new services and ways to travel, including increased mobility, better connectivity and reduced congestion. So with that, I'd love to welcome Gary to the stage. Morning, Gary. So it'd be great if you could just talk a bit about Future Flight Challenge, what it's about, what you've achieved so far, and maybe also talk about some of the challenges as well.
We're about better connectivity, better transport, better travel. We're very much focused on new classes of air vehicle. So we're looking at, and there are lots of different terminologies for these, but for us, we're looking at drones, we're looking at eVTOL, or advanced air mobility, and electric or hydrogen light aircraft. That's the scope of the challenge. But it's all about the new aviation systems required to put those into place. So that's what we're trying to do. And maybe if I kind of follow up with some of the things that have been achieved in the last 3 years, I think it's really important to start with, when I talk about future flight, or when the team talks about future flight, we don't mean our team. You know, it's not the 7 of us who've done this thing. It is many people in the room and many, many more people. There's a huge team of people trying to realise this future flight vision. So our job is to help coordinate that, help to integrate it, to bring people together. So when I talk in the next couple of minutes of what we've done, it's the bigger team that's done it, not the 7 people, although they are a marvellous team. So what have we achieved in the last, pretty much last 3 years? The first thing, well, I'll come back to that extensive ecosystem of people. Number one is bringing that group of people together. And it's fascinating to come to conferences like this. So yesterday, we talked about urban planning. We talked about a fully digital air traffic management system. We talked about decarbonisation and hydrogen supply. So that gives you a flavour. You've got to bring all of that stuff together. So step one for us is bringing those people together, creating a really integrated set of consortia that work together. Second, and I'm just going to do 4 bullet points if I can here. The second thing is creating a vision, a roadmap and strategy. So we're really proud of the work that we did, and again, with about 30 trusted partners, to publish the UK's vision and roadmap for these new forms of air transport. So, and it's pretty specific. Here's where we want to get to by 2030. This is the UK's level of ambition. And these are all the things that need to be overcome in timescale. So that synchronization is really important. Third of the 4 things, just to get us kicked off then, is, and you heard this yesterday from Fern speaking online, this people-centric approach to the design, because we're passionately trying to create a new bit of business for the UK, but business can only exist if it creates services and products that the public want, or that the public who are not the users but have an opinion are prepared to tolerate. So that kind of big social science heavy people engagement is a third thing. And the very last one is just to then go to the thing that is most public for people, is the projects that we fund and we support themselves. So it's just staggering. We've funded 48 projects. I think, from memory, around about 220 unique organisations, spending £34 million, and it's just littered with firsts. So we saw yesterday the urban airport in Coventry, the wind racers flying of 100 kilograms of freight around the Orkneys and out to the Scilly Isles. We've done all kinds of COVID deliveries of COVID trials and flying. So yeah, a ton of world firsts come out of the first 3 years. So that's kind of what we've been up to, I guess.
No, that's brilliant. And kind of what challenges would you say you'd experienced along the way?
I suppose a little bit I come back to the first answer, because obviously we've worked in the areas where there are challenges, but the number one challenge, and I love this, it's really interesting, is there is no prescribed endpoint to what we're doing. So unlike some of the established industry where we know what we're going to do, we know how to design that, the system that we're designing, everyone has their view of it, but it's not fixed yet. So we're kind of, in systems engineering speak, it's a non-deterministic problem. We kind of don't know how it will wind up. We don't really know all the exam questions. But moreover, there is no single architect. So no one can put their hand up and go, I'll pull all these people together. What there is, and looking at the audience here, all of these people are all co-creators and co-architects. So the real challenge is, how on earth do you pull that community together, synchronize the conversations, but without making it too controlling? So that's a real challenge. And I would say the other one for us, there's probably a few other things we could talk about, but just deciding on the level of ambition, pitching that about right. And when we did our roadmap, I think I've said this a few times now, we think the roadmap and the vision is about right, because there's about an even number of people saying, you must be crazy, this is bonkers, that can't be achieved by 2024, 2030, and people kind of shaking their fists and saying, come on, surely we can go faster. So getting the right level of ambition and nudging people forward, that's been a really interesting challenge for us.
No, that's brilliant. And I love the collaborations coming out throughout everything you were saying. So I'd really like to open up to the audience, as well as I said, online, if you've got any questions. Any questions? Otherwise, I've got lots of questions. There you go. We've got a gentleman over there. There's a mic heading towards you right now.
Fascinating that you stress people, because that's crucial. I think there's more than just social science approach, but people like to travel such that it's a pleasure, and architects and people in creative industries can contribute to the innovation in transport.
Yeah, it's interesting, and there's a few things that we've done in that space, but the concept of kind of people-centric design as well. One of the very early conversations was exactly with an organisation like that did the kind of design of cities and how things come together. So yes, I completely agree. Getting architects in place is important. There is a piece of work, and this is a conversation I had yesterday upstairs. There's a really important piece of work we've just started on, but it is the engagement with communities through local authorities and through the planning structures in cities as well. And I think, if I understand correctly, I think it's exactly that. You're engaging with them to say, what is it that you need? How can we bring services to you that help what your city needs, rather than this is the aviation system you're about to get ready for it. So I absolutely agree, the people-centric kind of architecture is really important.
Great, thank you. There's another question that's online. There was a bit of a discussion about this yesterday, actually, but do you think it's right for the taxpayer to fund these developments when, at least in the short term, it will be the wealthy that benefit?
So I'm going to push back on that. The short term short term, it's only the wealthy will benefit. For some of the modes of transport people are creating, that'll be true. It'll be people who can afford the initial transport. But I'll push back. I mean, we looked at having electrification of kind of 9-seater aircraft. And the use case we looked at there was island hopping on PSO services in the Orkneys. That is not for wealthy people. That's vital connectivity for really important communities to be able to function. And similarly with some of the transport opportunities, so middle mile logistics with 100, 200 kilogram class drones moving high value time critical goods around. It's for industry, but it's not for wealthy individuals. It's helping industry to operate. So yeah, there will be a little bit of that, but I think we shouldn't think that we're trying to create an executive transport service as our only outcome.
Thank you. Any other questions? There's one at the back there.
Yeah, Horacio Rossi, Mount McDonald. One of the words I haven't heard, and it concerns me with regards to advanced air mobility, is privacy, right? So basically, I drove through my neighborhood this morning. People can have very high fences obscuring their gardens, their yards. But I've also run into roadworks that we won't have in the future. But privacy, I think, is an issue, both with the data that's going to be shared and needed to enable this, and also when you put low-flying vehicles, there will be a concern for privacy.
Yes, and all I can do is agree completely. One of the things that we've done, we've engaged through an organisation called ScienceWise. We've engaged Ipsos Mori, and I'm not going to disclose the rest of this today because we'd like to disclose that properly, but we've done some really heavy public engagement with a big group of people, carefully selected across the country, to have all these conversations, and absolutely those issues were there, things we know about, and that group came up with some legitimate concerns we didn't know about, so they're absolutely real concerns. To give you another one, the data layer that's required to let this high volume traffic happen, that will probably come from what people would call big tech. There's also a public reservation about big tech and ownership of data. So there are plenty of concerns. What I would say is, having had our initial conversation with that group, and as I say, unfortunately, I'm giving no reveal today because there's a really important piece of research about to come out. Having had that initial conversation, we sat through there and went, wow, there's lots of legitimate questions people are asking, more than we'd thought through. We did a straw poll at the end, and that group of absolutely non-aviation people still went, but broadly, this sounds like a really wow thing to do. We'd still like to get there. We just have all these legitimate concerns to be overcome. So yes, absolutely agree, and we need to go, we need to head into those knowing that that's coming.
Thank you, Gary. We've got the flashing red timer counting us down now, so I don't think we've got time for any more questions, unfortunately. There's so much more, but you're around, I think, for the day.
All the rest of the day, yes.
So there's other times during the breaks if you have got further questions for Gary. But thank you ever so much. That was really, really helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Rachel.
Right, the next person I'm going to invite onto the stage is Emma Gilthorpe. Emma was appointed the CEO of the Jet Zero Council, and that was something Minister Courts talked about yesterday, but her day job is actually as Chief Operating Officer of Heathrow. But welcome, Emma.
Thank you, Rachel. Hi, everyone.
So it'd be great, Emma, if you could just talk a bit more about Jet Zero Council and particularly what it's achieved, what it's done, since it was set up.
Okay, so the Jet Zero Council is actually a unique collaboration. I've not found one anywhere else in the world so far, but it basically brings together government, academia and industry around the table to align on what it's going to take to get us to net zero 2050. Technically, we were set an ambition by the Prime Minister when it was set up in 2020, just at the start of COVID. So first few months were probably not running at the pace we would have wanted, but we've picked up pace since then. But we were set a challenge which sort of characterises both the ambition and the difficulty that we're all going to face getting to 2050, which was to have a flight across the Atlantic within a generation without harm to the environment. And that was the sort of ambitious goal, but sitting behind that are some very actionable things that we're doing, centred around two very clear pathways. One, sustainable aviation fuel, the other, zero emissions flight, of which you will know a lot about that, having just been made the chair of that work stream. And I suppose one of the big achievements over the last year has just been getting real focus. I think my observation coming into this just over a year ago was there was so much going on. It was amazing how much was going on. But it was probably, everybody was sort of operating in their own little channel. And what the Jet Zero Council has been able to do is bring people together, share, be really transparent about what's happened, really stated about what it's going to take to get us to 2050, because we all know it's not going to be easy, but we do know the pathways. And one of the things I also found was that there was sort of almost a bit of competitive tension between those two pathways. I think the people who were very much sort of SAF focused were thinking, well, we're having to compete with these zero emissions guys for airtime, and the equal sort of position was true. But actually, by sort of bringing everybody together, really just focusing on the outcomes, it very quickly became true. There is no competition. We need all of this. We need all of the above. But we do need a very clear set of actions to get us there, because my day job is in operations and you're only as good as your last 24 hours. So when you're thinking about 2050, that is a long way away. And we need to be really clear about what we're doing in the next 2, 3, 4, 5 years that is going to get us on a really clear path to get there. And we've seen some really good results. I think on government side, Minister Courts would have taken everybody through what government's been up to. We've got the mandate consultation for 10% SAF, Jet Zero strategy emerging soon, hopefully. The 180 million competition for SAF production, which is going to be key to starting to catalyse that sector. And obviously, and Gary will talk later about ATI funding, which has been record levels of funding. I think, and the members, of course, BA, EasyJet, Airbus, have all done some great things over the past year to really very practically push forward their plans for how they're going to decarbonise. So I think things are going pretty well, but we've got a long way to go.
No, that's great. And are there any kind of, if you had to pick out, say, one or two challenges that you'd say you've experienced either in your role or with the wider Jet Zero Council over the last year or so?
I suppose, the first one I would pick up on is the sort of counter to what I've just said. The first one is focus, trying to get everybody really clear about what are the asks of government and what are government's asks of industry. Because unless we get alignment on that, then we're going to be shooting off in all directions, wasting energy in an area that we all need to really be focused. The next thing I would say is, we need to move fast. And it's a very uncertain environment, so moving fast in ambiguity is difficult. Mm-hmm. Governments, I don't think I'm sharing any revelations here, but governments struggle to move quickly. And we have a government, a sort of a context at the moment that is incredibly challenging with, energy security, Ukraine, Russia, post-COVID, Brexit. We've got a government that has an incredibly busy agenda. And I think you'll see from the amount of attention it gets, this decarbonisation couldn't be higher up their agenda, but day to day, they get pulled off onto other important things. So one of the challenges is just making sure we are making the right pace of progress. And of course, we're competing. So for me, decarbonisation is absolutely the goal. But I think we all want to capture the best of this for the UK. And it's such an amazing opportunity, this sort of green industrial revolution. We've got parts of our country that have suffered, through the withdrawal of various industries. We need to use this as an opportunity to catalyse again and, to level up, to get those jobs, and I want that for the UK as well as wanting decarbonisation as a whole. And I think clearly we're going to need to move quickly if we're going to capture that. Otherwise, there'll be lots of sustainable aviation fuel available in the US or continental Europe, which will be great for decarbonisation, but probably won't be so great for the UK.
No, true. I'm now going to open it up to see if anyone in our audience would like to ask a question. We've got one at the front here.
Hello, Aman. Emma, a couple of times there you've mentioned the UK specifically. This is a global problem, and I'm an aerospace guy, and I'm not hearing anything from other territories at all. Maybe I'm just living in a tiny little box. Is it the case to everybody here, actually, that the UK is punching above its weight here, and we're the first to this party, and therefore we can capitalise on it? Because I'm not getting it from the typical players you would imagine that France is having this kind of summit right now.
I don't know whether they're having this kind of summit. I suspect not, because they tend to be a bit more state-led in their activities around this sort of thing. But there is stuff happening elsewhere. So a couple of examples. The US launched a policy around sustainable aviation fuels. I think it was last year. The legislation hasn't actually gone through yet, and it is a bit controversial, but it's basically a blender's credit. And you probably all know that the price of SAF is about, depending on the price of a barrel of oil, is probably about 4 times that of the fossil fuel equivalent. And so that is something that we are going to have to bridge somehow, and we need government policy to be able to do that in order that it's going to be investable. And the US have taken the approach of a tax incentive in order to bridge that gap. And as a result, they have had significant commitments from industry to invest in the plants to buy the fuel. Now, legislation hasn't gone through yet, but it's interesting how those market signals of intent by government can get you quite a long way before the actual legislation comes into play. And of course, big fossil fuel producers, the US, and no doubt they're looking at that thinking, well, that's not going to work, in 20 years' time. So they're looking at this energy transition as a whole. And the other thing, some of the big fuel producers like Shell, they are looking at SAF plants, but they're looking at SAF plants in Rotterdam. They're not looking at SAF plants in, the northwest of the UK, because we haven't yet got this policy framework in place. So yes, I think we are really at the forefront, but there's still a bit of jockeying for position going on. And I think we've got a kind of literally a 12, 24-month window here, where if we make the right choices and industry keeps pushing all the great stuff they're doing, we absolutely will come out in front. But if we fluff that, there'll be other people on our heels.
Thank you, Emma. I've got a question online, which has got a couple of likes. Do you think there is likely to be an over-dependence on offsetting?
No, I don't think so. I am a very firm supporter of offsetting as the sort of first step on the road to decarbonisation. And the reason for that is, why wouldn't you go down a path that made things better, even if it's only a little bit better? I've never really understood the argument that says, well, it's not 100%, therefore it's not of value. Now, you need to have offsets that have great provenance, are properly meeting all the standards. And as with all these things, whenever you open up a new market opportunity, there will be options in there that don't have great provenance. So we need to be very careful about how that industry is allowed to evolve, making sure the right standard setting and scrutiny is happening. But there are plenty of options out there that have really great provenance. So I think offsetting is really important, but it's not the whole answer. Again, it's a bit like the SAF zero emissions parallel. Most flights or any flight of over, let's say, 1,500 kilometres in the future is going to have to be powered by SAF for the foreseeable future. However, we just heard from Gary, amazing opportunities for electric, hydrogen fuel cells in that shorter distance. So we shouldn't say, well, SAF is no good because it's not completely carbon free. We need to work on the carbon capture to make sure that we deal with that element of SAF. And we also need to push really hard on hydrogen and electric for the purposes that it suits best. So I think, we need all of this, and there is definitely a role for offsetting in this. And, I certainly do it when I fly, and I hope everybody in the room does too.
Mm-hmm. Great, thank you, Emma. Sadly, we've run out of time, but again, if people have got questions for Emma and want to catch her in the break, please do feel free to do so. But thank you so much, really appreciate it. Right, our next guest is Dr. Andy Jefferson, and Andy is the Programme Director for Sustainable Aviation. He's an independent consultant for Director of A&G Jefferson Limited, and he works with Sustainable Aviation to drive and deliver the work programme. So welcome, Andy. So Andy, it'd be great if you could just tell us a bit about the work that you've been doing.
Yep, great. So if those of you in the room don't know Sustainable Aviation, shame on you all. But we've been around 15 years and we're a UK coalition of the aviation industry. We span the entire sectors from aerospace, airlines, airports through to air traffic control. Many of our members are here in the room today. Many of them are going to be talking to you later today about the projects that they're driving forward, so I won't steal their thunder. But I think one of the key things that we've been talking around today more broadly is kind of, how do we get this opportunity that we're seeing going forwards for aviation from, the disruptive concepts that we're now looking at in terms of eVTOL and urban air taxis through to the traditional aerospace as we know it and aviation activities. And I think, we've got to do that sustainably. And I think that's what do we mean by that sustainability thing keeps shifting. So in Sustainable Aviation, our role is really to kind of pull everybody together, share the knowledge that we've got across that industry, and to understand, what's that context that we're needing to respond to, and then deliver effectively information back out into the wider public and audience to say, actually, we understand that, we think we've got a solution, let's get this delivered.
And can you give a couple of examples of key successes that you've, have happened in the last year or two?
Yeah, no, indeed. So I think one of the main things we focused on in Sustainable Aviation is these kind of long-term stories about, okay, we understand sustainability isn't just carbon. Carbon is the biggest issue right now, and net zero 2050 is where we've got to get to, but we've got noise on the agenda as well. So we've got to deliver the future of aviation while tackling noise and carbon. And we've got to do that smartly. So what we do is these roadmaps that present this vision to 2050 and look at the pathways in which we can get to net zero 2050 for carbon, and in which we can deliver a future for aviation without increasing noise. So the key successes for us is really kind of helping people understand that, and then working with a wide variety of stakeholders to say, actually, how do we get there? And I think our main message for COP26 and since has been, look, as industry in the UK, we've got a plan to tackle carbon. We've committed to that. We were the first industry body here in the UK to commit to net zero 2050. Really pleased that was then quickly followed by both the European aviation industry committing to that and a roadmap, and also now globally. So I think there's, take heart that we're doing good stuff here in the UK. Others are adopting it. Steal with pride, please. But we've absolutely got to deliver now. And I think the challenge is the time frame. So we've got 2050. It's not that far away. The engineering, aerospace challenges in meeting all of the technology transition is enormous. We've got challenges on SAF scale up. We've got, the challenge from society to say, is offsetting okay, as we just heard in one of the questions. what about carbon removal? How do we scale that up? So there's all these areas in which I think, you know, as an industry, we need to demonstrate deliverability and inspire people and the wider population that we can do this. So, you know, how do we do that? Well, we throw off the comfort blanket of sitting in my own company, doing my own thing, thinking I can fix it. You can't. You need to work with a wide variety of people to do that. I think that's been a message throughout yesterday and today. So let's continue to do that, but also expand it, because it's now not just companies within the aviation ecosystem, if you like. It's fuel companies, it's carbon removal companies, it's energy supply companies, it's other disruptors that are going to come along with ideas and solutions. And I think in the broader sustainability context, it's also increasingly now about what is the future need for us as an industry in terms of people and skills, and how do we make sure that we've got those right. Aviation in 20 years' time will be different from aviation today, very different from aviation 20, 30 years ago. The people that we will need and the skills that we will need to deliver that will be different. The question I'm thinking about at the moment is, have we got the right processes in place through the work we're doing in industry with schools, education systems and other areas to ensure that we're fit for the future? So these are all the sorts of things in terms of opportunities and challenges. Can we do it? Absolutely. You know, we've come as an industry from, you know, bits of wood and cloth and a couple of strings carrying a few people through the sky 100 odd years ago to where we are today. You know, there is no limit, I don't think, to what we could achieve and how we can achieve it. But what we've got to do is to work very smartly to ensure we deliver that within a time frame that society deems acceptable. And I think those are the challenges, particularly when you look at carbon, for instance. You know, will net zero 2050 be an okay target in the future, or will scientists say, actually, climate change is happening quicker, we now need to be net zero by 2040, or net negative by a certain amount? What impacts does that bring to us as an industry? How can we accelerate some of these innovation opportunities? How can we invest in alternative solutions? So all sorts of opportunities which we kind of throw around and discuss through sustainable aviation. And but none of those are kind of in a place where I would say, oh, it's all a bit too difficult. I mean, I think somebody challenged me in a conference recently, say, how would I sum it up in 2 words? And I said, doable challenge. So it is a challenge. It's not easy, but it's absolutely doable.
No, that's great. We've already got a question online. We've just got a like. So how often do you review and update your insightful roadmap that you spoke about?
Good question. We aim to do it as regularly as possible. For those eagle-eyed people who have been onto the website and seen it, you'll have seen our full roadmap was launched in fanfare on the 4th of February 2020, about 2 or 3 weeks before we all went into lockdown. So what we then did last year was we did what we called a COVID overlay. So obviously, suddenly the forecast demand of the future has suddenly changed. We did an overlay to that, but we've kept the existing assumptions the same. What we are now doing is a detailed reanalysis of that roadmap that we're aiming to publish at the end of this year, which will articulate what's happened, and a lot has happened. You know, all of the good information we're now hearing with the Fly Zero report around hydrogen, electric aircraft potential, the ever-evolving sustainable aviation fuel scenarios and how that's scaling up. Emma touched on it earlier. And then also the carbon removal piece. And I think that's a really interesting area. I was at a conference last week where, you know, there's people looking now, not just at both nature-based and engineered direct air carbon capture from the air, but also saying, actually, we've got a problem in the oceans with acidification because of carbon absorption. What we could do is take that carbon out of the ocean, de-acidify it, and also have, you know, captured carbon or reusing carbon for other things rather than digging the fossil fuels out of the ground. So there's so many interesting areas, I think, that are happening around us as an aviation industry, but areas that we absolutely need to tap into to tackle the challenges we face.
Yeah, thank you. I'll just see if there's any questions from the... Oh, suddenly a row of hands. Let's use this gentleman at the front and then the person at the back.
Thank you. Quentin Browell from Inline Policy. Congratulations on the great work that sustainable aviation is doing. Somebody mentioned earlier that aviation is a global industry, and I'm particularly interested in what we are doing globally on sustainability. ATAG has been working in this area for many years. It's been lobbying COP, lobbying ICAO. It got the Corsia project through. What are you doing with ATAG, and how closely are you involved with them and their global ambitions?
Really good question. Very closely involved. A lot of our members are directly working very closely with ATAG or actually involved in the work streams. The roadmap we did for carbon in sustainable aviation was first done in 2008 and created a model, if you like, that we've then constantly evolved since in sustainable aviation. And last year and the year before was the first year that ATAG took that model, if you like, and then did it from a global perspective. In terms of challenges globally, right now we've got the ICAO General Assembly happening in September. So that, for those of you who don't know, is looking at locking or trying to lock in the long-term target of net zero 2050 for global aviation. We've already done it here in the UK, they've done it in Europe, but we don't have a global solution yet. The concerns in ATAG right now is there are some global geopolitics at play, which could mean some countries decide that whilst they appreciate the need to be net zero 2050, they're concerned about what might that mean for them in terms of a country and cost impacts, particularly if you're a small developing country, and therefore will want to have a conversation with the developed world saying you need to support us in the cost management of this. That could result in a no deal long-term action goal at ICAO. So we're working really hard to avoid that. The other one is to look then at CORSIA as the kind of international carbon offset reduction scheme and ask ourselves the difficult questions if actually that needs to be strengthened, it needs to be looking at enabling net zero 2050, and I think, and Sustainable Aviation thinks increasingly looking at how you enable carbon removal rather than just offset. So there's lots of good work going on, lots more still to do.
Yeah, it's really interesting. I think we had another question, which is probably our last question for this session.
Sorry, Michael Thornton, Heathrow Strategic Planning Group. Yesterday we were talking about systems of systems and the use case for different types of new flying machine and forms of aviation and so on. In terms of your roadmaps, or for want of a better word, looking at futures and of sustainability and I wondered, do you feel that, do you feel the aviation industry are thinking enough about other forms of transport, which new things in aviation would be moving alongside and in competition with, whether it's on the road, on the rail, at sea? Are we too just thinking about aviation in a box and not thinking about what the rest are doing?
Yeah,
Those are the public choices that will and industry choices that will be made, won't it? Do I move it by air? Do I do it in another way?
Indeed, and I think it'll be very interesting to see how things evolve. I think our focus, I suppose, in sustainable aviation is let's make sure we're able to demonstrate we can fix the problem in aviation. That then gives people the choice. So if we can deliver that zero emission flying scenario, if we can deliver it at acceptable little levels of noise, then people be in a place say, actually, I don't have to feel guilty about flying. I don't have to decide, actually, I don't think I should fly. I should go on a train or a boat or whatever else it might be. That in itself won't then stop, as you rightly say. There's this evolution of transport and mobility that we see in society over time. But I think at the moment there are two parts to that. There's one is how might that technology on road, rail and shipping change, and how might that change people's desire to travel. But there's also this guilt of flying thing. So I think what we're focused on is let's remove the guilt of flying thing. What then happens as a broader mobility solution, who knows?
Great, thank you very much. Unfortunately, we're out of time, but thank you ever so much, Andy. Really insightful and interesting discussion. Thank you.
Pleasure. Thank you, Rachel. Thank you.
Right, our last guest is Gary Elliott, and Gary was appointed as the Chief Executive at the Aerospace Technology Institute in 2014. He's been doing a lot of work about the Fly Zero project, which we're about to hear about now. So welcome, Gary. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone.
So it'd be great if you could just talk a bit about the Fly Zero project, what's it achieved? I know it's a lot of work that's taken place over the last year or so.
Yeah, sure. Well, perhaps if I could just start by describing what the Aerospace Technology Institute does and why we ended up with Fly Zero. So effectively, we're a unique result of a partnership between government and industry in the UK, very much focused on commercial aerospace. And our objective is to invest ultimately in technology for commercial and economic gain across the UK. So we've quite a large fund, very much a large commitment from both sides, some £5.8 billion that we have between the inception in 2014 all the way through to 2031. So obviously many of you will know aerospace is a very long-term game and very difficult to get there and commercially gain from the investment for some 10, 15 years. So why do we do Fly Zero? So Fly Zero resulted and completed its findings last March, or this March, sorry. And that was a one-year project made up of some 100 experts from across academia and industry in the UK. And I guess my objective was very clear. Even a year ago, it was hard to know whether zero-emission technology was doable and which was the most successful and what should we invest in. So what I wanted the team to do was to come back and tell us, well, where should we focus? Where's the opportunity for the UK? And what is realistically possible if we take some real ambition? So thankfully, they did conclude that there are lots of possible technologies, particularly around hydrogen, and the use of hydrogen, certainly in the very large aircraft that are very difficult to decarbonise. So it's very much focused on zero carbon emissions, but that said, we still obviously look at nitrogen oxides, noise, etc., lots of other emissions. And what we'll do next is obviously try to use those findings to find opportunities to invest and grow the supply chain in the UK, because for me, this supply chain doesn't exist. So this is a new economy, a new opportunity for the UK. And I very much hope that we can take a lead through aerospace and succeed, because the project was very clear in its findings that there is a genuine opportunity, and I think it's very exciting. I've been in aerospace over 25 years, and these significant shifts in technology and opportunities don't come along very often, and this is certainly one of those. And again, you can see that in the investment size that I just mentioned, that £5.8 billion. Clearly the industry and government recognise, one, the opportunity, and two, the commercial economic opportunity across the whole of the UK. So this is obviously not just in the southeast. Yes.
No, that's great, thank you. And what would you say the biggest challenges are for taking this work forward?
Well, absolutely making the right choices. So, whilst I, on behalf of industry and government, have a lot of funding, as I just mentioned, it's certainly not enough. So we're going to have to make some very hard choices in what we invest in and where the opportunity lies. And work ever more collaboratively. So a word that's been used numerously this morning, but it's an international business. It always has had collaboration. We need to do more of that if we want to succeed in the 2050 target, because it's no point the UK doing it on its own. It has to be a global solution, and it has to be a global solution across the ecosystem. So it's not just aerospace, it's aviation, it's energy production, infrastructure, regulation, policy, etc. All of that needs to happen at the same time. So it's quite a challenge, but I have to say I'm optimistic for it, and particularly driven by my young kids who remind me that I need to make a difference.
Brilliant. So if we just see if there's any questions from the audience. Otherwise, I've got plenty of other questions I can ask you. Yes, we've got two here. Person at the back first.
Thank you for that brief overview. I happen to have read that report you mentioned, and in the report, in one of the main findings is that hydrogen fuel alone may not achieve net zero carbon by 2050. I wonder if you're looking into any alternative green fuel solutions.
Well, certainly through the ATI, we look at all of the potential solutions. Some of them have been mentioned today. So batteries, hydrogen fuel cells, hydrogen, liquid hydrogen, et cetera, et cetera. So it's a mix of solutions that are required for different aircraft types. So depending on the aircraft size, passengers, its range, et cetera, there is a different solution for every one of those aircraft. So what we do in the ATI is look at all of those aircraft types, and we're trying to conclude what is the most relevant for each of them. and certainly for the foreseeable, the near term, we see sustainable aviation fuel certainly as the most likely opportunity, and then the medium long term for the large aircraft, hydrogen is certainly a solution. But like I say, the smaller aircraft, Gary mentioned batteries, definitely an option, as are fuel cells, as are hybrids. So there will be a mix of some of these technologies, and we've certainly been investing in many of those over the last number of years. Yeah.
Thank you.
Brilliant, thank you.
Another question here.
Mark Gillen from NATS. Gary, obviously you mentioned collaboration, and a lot of the technologies you're looking at, I guess, in the next generation roadmap, there's synergies across the other transport sectors, whether it be marine or automotive. How much collaboration cross-sectoral are you looking to do in terms of sharing knowledge, expertise with the other sort of, like the APC, etc.?
Yeah, no, absolutely good question. So we always do that as best we can, and I would say rather boldly take a lead where we can, because the solution, if I take hydrogen as an example, it has to be a global solution, not just for one sector. So we absolutely talk to all sorts of parties, and I'm in the process of extending that through the ATI. As you probably know, we convene hundreds of experts across the whole sector, and I think this kind of aviation system is becoming much more joined up, perhaps, than it ever has been, and therefore for me, it's how do we do more of that? Like I say, I think it's a necessity. It's not a nice to have. It's a necessity. Yeah. Not least given the amount of money and capital that is required. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. We've got a question from online. So this is an interesting one. Through making things greener, do we run the risk of people thinking that doing more of this is fine and making it worse overall? So in other words, getting a kind of false sense of security. So he's given the example of electric SUVs with just one occupant.
Good question. As somebody who drives a Tesla, but not the large one, I guess I can answer that. But I think for me, I guess my answer to that would be, we need to think end to end. So I often talk about the moment you extract a mineral from the ground to produce something in aerospace, to the moment you've then produced the aircraft, you then dispose of the aircraft, you need to think about the entire value chain. So if one piece of that is a problem for the environment, then people realize that more and more so. So for me, the answer is, how do we look at that? So the strategy we think about is end to end in all aspects of that. So yeah, important.
And then I think this will be the final question, but what will follow the Fly Zero programme?
Yeah, so obviously having made the conclusions, the question now is how do we do something with it? And from my perspective, ideally industry would take a lead on that. I've always said that ATI taking a lead initially was slightly filling a market failure, if you like, but in the end, industry needed to take a lead. So my team are currently focused on trying to create collaboration around that. So how do we get existing industry, new startups, etc., to collaborate, and then we will invest in them in order to succeed in this opportunity that I talked about.
Great. Thank you ever so much for your time, Gary. Really interesting and helpful.
You're
Thank
welcome.
you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
So that's the end of this session, and a huge thank you to our four guests there, Gary, Emma, Andy and Gary, and we'll see Gary Cutts after lunch. So we've now got a break. We've got half an hour break, so if you can return at 11:30. And just to mention, we are also hosting another speed networking session. So that's for those who maybe don't know anyone, don't feel comfortable going up to strangers and introducing themselves. You can. It's a kind of facilitated session to meet like-minded people and continue the discussion. So fill your boots, enjoy your tea and coffee, and see you at 11:30.
Ladies and gentlemen, the summit will resume shortly. Could you please make your way to level 4? Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the summit will resume shortly. Could you please make your way to level 4? Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone. So we've obviously had a great session this morning already, looking at some of the different initiatives and things that are happening in the UK. We've now got a bit of a chat, a discussion with our esteemed panellists looking at decarbonising aviation, and you can tell it's going to be Thursday work. So we're looking forward to the many questions. So there will be lots of opportunity for those in the audience and those online to ask questions. So I'm going to begin, and it would be great if each of you could introduce yourselves and just say a bit about what you're doing in this space. So Simon, starting with you.
Thanks, Rachel. Good afternoon, everyone. My name's Simon Elves. I'm Sustainability and Corporate Affairs Director at Bristol Airport. Been with the business just approaching 5 years. For those that don't know the airport, we're located down in the southwest, about 7 miles south of the city of Bristol, nestled on the edge of the Mendip Hills, and pre-pandemic we welcomed about 9 million passengers through our front door, with a main gateway to the southwest and to South Wales. In terms of our journey in relation to decarbonisation, we launched our first carbon roadmap back in 2019 and set ourselves some ambitious goals to move our programme to decarbonise the business forward. Last year, for our Scope 1 and 2 emissions, we achieved carbon neutrality for the first time, secured accreditation through the Airport Council International, and we now move on to our next target, which is to move to net zero for our Scope 1 and 2 emissions by 2030. We're very proud to be one of the founder signatories alongside Matt and Heathrow, alongside me, of sustainable aviation and the ambitious goal to be net zero as an industry by 2050. So we are impatient, we're ambitious, and we'll talk a bit more, I hope, in the conversation about some of the partnerships that we've forged, which we believe are absolutely essential for the industry to achieve the target that we've set ourselves. But a really exciting time for the industry. We're right at the start of a revolution, and we're proud to play a part in that.
Great, thanks, Simon. Matt.
Brilliant. Thank you, Rachel. Well, so I'm Carbon Strategy Director at Heathrow is my title. I've led the sustainability team at the airport over the last decade or so. But as we restructured a couple of years ago, going into COVID, actually we decided we needed someone on the senior leadership team focused just on carbon, given how significant it is for us. So my time is probably 50% looking at carbon in the air. Today's event is part of that, and what can we do as an airport to help drive carbon out? What government policies are needed? And about 50% our own investment programme in the airport, where we're planning to invest around 200 million in the next 5 years, beginning that journey to net zero. A bit about me, I've been passionate about environment for as long as I can remember. I was going through the loft recently, I found the badge from when I joined Greenpeace, which I think was about the age of 12, so that kind of, that dates it. But I've also been passionate about travel that whole time. I've been really lucky, actually, globally, to be able to live, study, work in different parts of the world. So I see my job about bringing those two things together. Our industry brings genuinely amazing things, but we're only going to continue to bring those amazing things if we can take the carbon out. But the good news is we can. So Simon mentioned the Sustainable Aviation Plan. We've published a plan to get to net zero now. It's all about scaling up the solutions that we know exist. So at Heathrow, we published our latest net zero plan earlier this year. As well as the net zero 2050 commitment, we said, well, actually, we've got to show that we're making progress this decade, scientifically, obviously, but in terms of some of the investor and customer and political pressure we're facing. So what we set was a target for net zero in the air, which is everything to do with planes, 15% less carbon in 2019 than 2030. And for everything on the ground, less the focus of today, at least 45% less by 2030 than 2019, both aligned with either the government targets or Committee on Climate Change guidance. And if I just quickly give you the plan of how we get there in the air, 4 big things. And I'll touch briefly on sustainable fuels as a key part, and we can doubtless explore that as we go. Efficiency, we were just talking before the panel, the UK punches well above its weight in aerospace, the second largest aerospace sector in the world. We need to keep developing more efficient aircraft and engines, modernising our airspace. Fundamental, we're always going to want to use less fuel, but that won't get us to net zero, so we need something else. Sustainable fuels we see as critical. I'll come back on that. Hydrogen, I think Simon and David leading some really innovative and interesting work in the southwest to look at how we scale up hydrogen. We see as an absolutely fundamental part of the picture, but certainly for an airport like Heathrow, which is dominated by mid to long haul, or the emissions are dominated by mid to long haul flights, we see SAF as more as solving more of the carbon problem for us than hydrogen. Hydrogen more a solution for short haul flights, and probably the same globally as well. And then anything that's still left in 2050, we're going to have to be removing to get to net zero. And the reason we're so focused on SAF is that 3 big reasons. Firstly, it's proven. It's a solution that exists now and we can scale up. Secondly, it's drop-in. So you can use today's aircraft, you can use today's pipelines and infrastructure, and as soon as you can start producing it, you can start dropping it into the system and start cutting emissions. And thirdly, it's not just about decarbonisation, it delivers some great regional economic benefits. So if you had a map of the areas the government wants to level up in the UK, the regions and nations across the UK, and the locations that are really well suited to SAF because they've got the waste feedstocks that we need, or hydrogen in future, they've got pipeline infrastructure, brownfield sites, some of the skills we need, the two maps would align really well. 6,000 jobs, $1 billion of GVA just in the very first phase of developing SAF. So we're very focused on SAF as part of the solution, but as part of that overall package. And we want, for Heathrow 2019, we've announced our ambition to be the year of peak carbon from the airport as we recover and grow in future. So traffic recovers and goes up, carbon keeps coming down from now is the vision.
Thank you, Matt. I think I'm going to come back to you with a few questions on SAF. But before I do that, David, over to you.
Thanks very much, Rachel. So I'm David Morgan. I'm the Director of Flight Operations for EasyJet. I've been a professional pilot for the last 3.5 decades and still have the pleasure of occasionally flying people around Europe on holiday. My day job is looking after our flight operations department and training associated with that. But I'm, like Matt, passionate about aviation and sustainability, so it brings me to events like this. I think that when we look at the history of flight from 1903, where the Wright brothers took flight in the first powered aircraft, to today, we've had a kind of one-size-fits-all in terms of the energy for that aircraft being kerosene or gasoline or variant thereof. Going forward, I think we have to look at energy very differently in terms of what we use for the application, the type of flying that we're going to do. And on one end of the scale, I think we'll see batteries becoming used more and more for small aircraft. In fact, I could go out today and buy a 2-seater battery-powered aircraft, which would fly me for about an hour, something like that. And we will see that sort of technology progress for the small aircraft and drones, urban air mobility, and so on. And you will have heard some about that during this summit. And then for the very large aircraft, the likes of which Matt's dealing with at Heathrow for long-range wide-body aircraft, it's hard to see anything other than sustainable aviation fuel being used for that. But you've got this sort of chunk in between of the kind of regional up to the narrow-body single-aisle short-range aircraft, where hydrogen is a very viable, we believe, prospect for the future. And it was fabulous to see the recent report from FlyZero coming through, which talked about hydrogen being a great opportunity for a single-aisle type aircraft. So with that as a backdrop, that technology will not mature for some time yet. We could be talking the middle of the next decade before you see an EasyJet-size aircraft flying on hydrogen. However, the next few years are going to be absolutely critical in making sure that happens. Because if we sit back and wait for the next decade to happen, then it won't have happened. So the next few years, the technology needs to improve in certain areas, and there's lots of great work being done already, but there's still more needed to be done, particularly around cryogenic storage and that kind of thing. We need the regulatory framework to be in place for this to all happen. Because what you can't have is a situation where an airline that has chosen to do the right thing is at a huge disadvantage compared to an airline that has decided to sit back and do nothing. So we must have a regulatory framework in place which incentivizes moving towards this kind of technology. And finally, we need collaboration on a scale that we've never seen before. And we find ourselves in the unusual position of talking to people like offshore wind people, Ørsted and others. As an airline, you would not normally talk to anybody like that. But this is an ecosystem that we're talking about that we need to invent, to bring into place for this to all happen. Aviation won't be able to do this alone. It needs a lot of collaboration, a lot of partners, and that's why people like myself and Simon are involved with creating hydrogen clusters, in this case in the southwest, which we'll talk about in a moment. So that's it from me.
Great, thank you, David. So I'm going to kick off. You talked quite a lot about SAF, and it would just be good, you talked about the benefits. It'd be good to understand, what do you think is preventing sustainable aviation fuel being used more at the moment, and what other challenges are there in terms of kind of mass production?
So the answers at one level is a really simple one, it's cost. So the cost, Emma mentioned this earlier, up to 4, maybe even a bit more times higher than kerosene at the moment. And how do we solve that? Airlines are not going to invest in significant offtake agreements for SAF. They might do a little bit for corporate customers who are keen to buy it and for themselves, but they're not going to invest at a significant level at that kind of price differential. And therefore, investors are going to be hesitant to invest in the plants if they're not sure about the demand and the revenue. So really only governments can ultimately solve this. So we need 2 big things from the government, and we've been really clear and consistent on this in the UK. The first is, and by the way, the policy recipe is pretty similar around the world. The first is a mandate, a requirement on fuel producers to produce this. So an analogy might be that gets the product to the shop. But you also need some kind of price incentive mechanism to help close the price gap. So think of that as putting the product on the shelf at the right price for people to buy it. The model we've advocated in the UK is a contract for difference model that helps close that price gap. It rewards the most competitive projects. Really well proven in wind, now being looked at for hydrogen, for scaling up hydrogen as well. And the sector has set out how that could work for aviation as well. And we're actively engaging with the government on that. But those are the 2 key things. And where you see that kind of framework in place, California is a great example. You see the investment starting to flow. You're starting to see it in other parts of Europe. And I was struck by Emma's comments earlier that this is about decarbonisation, but it's also about UK leadership. So we've got some of the real factor advantages for developing SAF. We have some of the chemical engineering skills. We have concentrated aviation demand, a pipeline network, feedstock, brownfield sites that can be repurposed. We've got all of those advantages. If we can just put the policy framework around it, we can drive it. Just a quick example of how price can make a difference. And I genuinely didn't think I'd be talking this up as much, but it turns out it is the main price signal in the UK at the moment. So in our landing charges, we introduced a financial incentive this year. We said we'd like 0.5%, not half of the fuel, 0.5% of the fuel at Heathrow to be sustainable this year, about 22,000 tonnes. Through our charges, we created a 10 million pot that airlines could bid for that closed about half of the gap with kerosene, which was oversubscribed. So the demand was there. People wanted to tap into that incentive to buy SAF. So that, it shows absolutely you can send that kind of price signal, but we need to do that at a much larger scale. The kind of signal we can send is great for a year or 2 or 3. It helps pull the market through a little bit, but we've got to have that government intervention.
No, thank you. And there's a kind of related question to this as well, which is coming online around SAF. And it's really the conflicts between scaling SAF and other global pressures, such as food and water security, land use, biodiversity, competing biofuel uses. How is that being managed in the whole context?
So the kind of SAF we're talking about, certainly in the UK, but actually globally, is primarily from waste initially. And then, so that could be agricultural waste, used cooking oil to begin with. It could be industrial waste, waste gases, forestry waste. It's that kind of, so actually this idea that there's a competition with food crops, for example, that may have been true in some of the first generations of sustainable fuels, primarily for road transport, less true now. Actually, over time, we see that developing to what are called fully synthetic or power-to-liquid fuels, where actually you're not using biomass as a feedstock, you're producing hydrogen, combining that with captured carbon to make a fuel instead. This has got to be done within strict sustainability standards, and there are well-accepted mechanisms to do that, the Round Table on Sustainable Biomaterials globally. But there are going to be some choices here. So the Energy Transitions Commission, really well-respected global think tank, has said there is enough sustainable biomass, even if you forget the power-to-liquid stuff I was talking about, enough sustainable biomass globally to meet all of aviation's needs by 2050. But you would need to prioritise aviation over other sectors where there are alternative pathways. So these are some of the choices that we'll need to make, ultimately, I think, more at a national level. So.
Thank you. So I'll move on to a discussion about hydrogen now. So Simon, it would be great if you could just talk a bit about what role you see hydrogen playing in sustainable aviation, but also what challenges as well. And feel free to chip in as well, David.
Well, I suppose the first thing to say with hydrogen is what's becoming increasingly apparent is the opportunities for it way beyond aviation. You know, aviation will be definitely one of the sectors that will be looking to hydrogen, and it's very much in that single aisle market that Matt has mentioned, and of course EasyJet is our main customer. You know, that's the predominant aircraft type that they have. So the opportunity would seem very, very significant indeed. All the research is pointing towards that, whether it's the great work of ATI and FlyZero or the Catapult team themselves, is hydrogen has got a huge role to play. So the research is telling us that. The airlines are in the market that we serve at Bristol Airport are telling us that, and of course the manufacturers are telling us that too. With Airbus, one of the major primes in the aerospace industry, whose UK home is in the southwest, have set the target of 2035, I think, to bring a hydrogen aircraft into commercial service. So everything points to it being the answer in the market that's most important to us at Bristol Airport. That short to medium haul single aisle operation. In terms of the challenges, well, firstly, there's kind of no lack of ambition and enthusiasm and drive. So it's very much I see an industry that's seeing the opportunities rather than the challenges. But inevitably it's going to be tricky, and David might have more to say about some of the regulatory hurdles, but for us at the airport, we're talking about new tech. We are talking about new technology, and there's a big question about the affordability of that for early adopters. So, and we would say a lot of the research, government funding that's come forward today has perhaps overlooked airports. So, it will be great having a zero emissions aircraft powered by hydrogen, but if the equipment isn't there on the ground, then the industry runs into difficulty pretty quickly. So I think finding a way to incentivise some of the early adopters to get the kit in the ground and get us used to handling hydrogen, I think, is one of the early challenges. For airport space will be an issue, whether you're an airport the size of Heathrow or a postage stamp like we are at Bristol Airport. There's some competing land uses, and that potentially represents a challenge, especially if you're dealing with what could be a lengthy transition where you're having to deal with multiple energy sources. So that's an interesting challenge for airports to try and figure out. And then I suppose the last thing that I would say is, of course, we're operating in a network, so that international cooperation, having airports, governments and such like that are ensuring that the right equipment, using the right standards, are in place at all ends of the network are absolutely vital. And I said the last one. I'll throw one more in. Skills. We'll come back to some work we're doing with EasyJet and others on a new hydrogen cluster that we've launched in the southwest. But Business West, who are the umbrella business organisation in our area, doing some amazing work on mapping the hydrogen skills needs, and I think that is going to be absolutely key for us to meet the ambition we have to get on with the delivery of hydrogen.
Thank you. Anything to add, David?
Just to add, if you've got an aeroplane flying into a place like Bristol Airport next decade on hydrogen, then there's a huge amount that has to happen long before an aeroplane ever arrives at the airport in terms of the infrastructure and all the safety regulation needed for that. Because currently the safety rules around hydrogen are not really written for using near passengers and commercial aircraft, using near other aircraft operating on conventional fuel and so on. So all that's got to be done. All that has to be written. All the skills that Simon mentioned need to be trained up so that it can be used safely. So we see hydrogen being introduced into an airport on the ground sides for ground servicing equipment long before an aeroplane ever arrives there. And that's something that we're working together on as part of this partnership. I will just reiterate that there's no competition between SAF and hydrogen here. When some people say to me, what are you betting on? Batteries, hydrogen, SAF, all of them actually, and probably will need more. So it's a case of using everything you possibly can to decarbonise aviation. And if you have a particular sector, in our case, the narrow-body short-haul sector, which can operate feasibly on hydrogen, then that is a good way to go, because there's going to be limited resources in other areas, including SAF. So it won't be a case of just SAF for everybody. So I think that it's the right thing to do, and it's not in competition, it's complementary to sustainable aviation fuel.
Can I just come in briefly on that point, just to echo what David said? I mean, I've talked a lot about SAF, but it's interesting when you look at the data for Heathrow. So I said around 80% of our missions we think will be solved by SAF from mid to long haul flights. But that's probably only about 50%, maybe even less of the actual movements at the airport. So although hydrogen may only solve around 20% of the carbon, there's still 50, 60% of 480,000 movements a year and growing that we need to provide for with hydrogen. So that's a huge challenge for us. I'd agree with everything Simon said in terms of the challenges. We're publishing this July. We had some funding from Innovate UK to look at, with Rolls and GK and various others, to look at the domestic zero emissions system in the UK and what that would look like for flight. We're looking particularly at the airport infrastructure. We think in the early years, perhaps the very end of this decade, through the early to mid 30s, lorry deliveries of hydrogen and storage on site will be enough. But then from the mid to late 30s, you start to get into questions about do you need a new pipeline to bring the hydrogen to Heathrow? Because you hit a threshold above which lorries wouldn't be tenable. And then probably late 30s into the 40s, you start to think about a new hydrant system at Heathrow. But exactly as Simon said, that's running in parallel to aircraft running on kerosene, increasing blends of SAF. So there will be multiple systems. We'll need energy to almost certainly to liquefy hydrogen on site. We'll need space for that. So it's a huge consideration for us as well. So.
No, absolutely. And I think that's a really, really helpful point to make about we're not in competition. We're trying to do everything we possibly can in this space. I've just got a couple of questions, partly inspired by ones that are coming in online, but it's kind of about public perception as well. And I suppose it's for you yourself, David. Would you say there are external pressures on aircraft operators to move towards a sustainable future? And is that coming kind of from your customers, from the public, or publics, as Fern was talking about yesterday, or is it more government-imposed targets? What is it that's driving you, other than it being the right thing to do?
I mean,
obviously?
yeah, I think climate change is impacting everybody, isn't it? Society, governments, investors. You name it. There isn't an area of the population now which doesn't have sustainability high on their agenda, for quite rightly. So I think it's something that EasyJet started looking at quite some time ago now, and we had partnerships in the early days. Still have partnerships with people looking at battery aircraft, but we've moved on a lot now in our understanding of the technology and know that that's probably you're not going to be flying around in an EasyJet aircraft powered by batteries. But definitely our customers are passionate about the climate. They want us want to see what we're doing about it. So. We started off, we were the first airline in Europe to offset the carbon emission from all of our flights. And Emma talked about that this morning. We don't see that as replacing any of this work that we're doing now. It's just a step that we do right now because, frankly, the technology is not there to do much else at the moment. So these are very credible offsetting projects in various parts of the world. But it doesn't form part of our decarbonisation pathway. We've got a lot of work to do to get on with that. So yeah, the pressure is coming, if you like, from within ourselves. We are passionate as an airline about it, but also from our stakeholders, from others outside.
Oh, thank you, David. And a slightly related question. It's for yourself, Simon. So it's really. This comes from online, but it's kind of how do airports get opponents on board regarding zero carbon? So it was recognising, I think, some of the challenges that you've experienced, or if people are kind of challenging planning permission, things that you're trying to do, maybe for the longer, gain. How do you actually get these opponents on board?
Well, we're in a visible industry, and I think there is a perception issue, and on occasions there is some suspicion about the intentions of work that's going on in the industry, and so fundamentally that's about trust, and both the industry and for all of us as players within that industry. I think the way that we can build trust is through our actions rather than through our words. So, for us, the partnerships we're building, yes, we are ambitious and we think big, but we need to start small now, and we need to get on with demonstrating that the industry is serious, and demonstrating that we as parts of that network are all demonstrating the same level of commitment to decarbonisation. So I think it comes through that. It comes through action. It comes through backing up your words with commitments, supporting the new technology investment, and through that we will build the credibility, the trust that I think the sentiment of the question is right. But the way to address that is through action and transparency about what we're doing.
No, thank you. I'm going to open it up now to the audience. We've got quite a few questions online, which implies there's likely to be more from this group as well. So any questions? So if you take that gentleman there, just because you're nearest, I think, with the mic, and then the next person would be up here on the third row.
Hi, it's a question for Matt predominantly. So talked a lot about SAF being obviously quite a big part of what Heathrow need to do. We're talking about mandating a 10% blend to start with on SAF, which means we've still got 90% Jet A1 that's got to be offset to make that net zero. How much, as an industry, are we getting involved in those offset projects to know that there's sufficient amount of accredited offset projects to be able to offset still 90% of the Jet A1 carbon footprint? And how much ownership are we taking as an industry, and how much are we sort of pushing out to actually that's someone else's problem to make sure the offset projects are there to be able to do that?
So I can offer a couple of thoughts on that, and David may want to chip in because airlines are actively involved in emissions trading systems already. The first point I'd make is, yes, it's 10% initially, but what we're looking for is a rapid scale up of SAF and hydrogen as it comes in, reducing that need for offsetting. But it is also right to say aviation is relatively, I'm moving away from the phrase hard to abate, because it's not hard. We know what the solutions could be. It's just relatively slower because of the timescales of rolling out new aircraft. So absolutely, we will rely on offsetting. The three main ways you can offset at the moment are you pay someone else to reduce their emissions, you pay someone else to avoid emissions, or you remove emissions from the atmosphere. And at the moment, aviation, through its participation in things like the EU emissions trading scheme or the global CORSIA scheme, is more paying for avoided or reduced emissions. But those schemes are regulatory schemes. The EU ETS is probably the biggest piece of environmental regulation introduced anywhere in the world ever, I would think. It sets a very clear cap for emissions. It's robustly regulated. David can speak more for an airline view on this. We participate in it a little bit as Heathrow for some of our own heating equipment, but it sets a very clear downward path for emissions, and I think is robust. The UN scheme to deliver carbon neutral growth from 2020, CORSIA it's called, the same. I think you are right where either airlines like EasyJet or passengers are investing in their own voluntary offsetting. All the stuff I've talked about is more regulatory. Absolutely, they need to be assuring themselves that those schemes are robust. Where we've made some investment in offsetting our own emissions as Heathrow, we've done it through a mix of either gold standard international projects or UK removals projects, planting trees and restoring peatlands in the UK. But yeah, we all need to satisfy ourselves. But David, you're closer.
Yeah, I think we have to be really clear that when you talk about a decarbonisation pathway for aviation, you are not talking about 100% decarbonisation from now. You're talking about a pathway to 2050, which you have to achieve. And you need to follow that pathway in accordance with a science-based target. You can't just make up stuff and hope that will be fine for a 1.5 degree future, because it won't be. So you need to have a trajectory, and that trajectory will reduce your carbon intensity year by year towards 2050 with some kind of intermediate target. So in terms of offsetting, be it market-based measures, voluntary offsetting, whatever, those are complementary to your decarbonisation pathway. But there's lots of other stuff that we need to do. We need to improve our airspace modernisation quicker, so that we're not flying around in circles when we get closer towards airports, and we're not doing a big banana-shaped flight path to get to our destination. So, satellite-based navigation has been around for a long time now, but I will be flying at the end of the week off to Europe, and I know that I will have to track over an old beacon that sits over Southampton somewhere. I don't need to use that beacon, but it happens to be on the corridor between Luton and where I'm going. It's very inefficient, so we need to modernise that as part of the pathway. We need to use the SAF mandates that will be coming in, including the 10% or whatever it's going to be, for 2030, and we need to introduce novel technologies such as hydrogen and so on as part of that decarbonisation. So I think when it comes to are there enough offsets available, there may or there may not be, but that should not be part of our roadmap to net zero. Let's follow a science-based target. And decarbonise according to the science for a 1.5 degree future.
Thank you. I'm just going to do Chair's prerogative and ask an online question which is kind of linked to this, which is really, this is from someone who works, I think, for an airline that does an offset on its emissions on behalf of every customer. So do you see a time when that money is actually put into zero emission flight aircraft or new technology relating to fuel?
I think that we did offsetting, or we are offsetting because it was and is the most effective thing to do right now. And the offsetting projects that EasyJet used are gold standard and verified carbon standard offsets. So these are not some kind of fictitious thing that nobody's ever heard of in another part of the world. These are very real projects like solar panel farms in various parts of the world. But as technology moves on, that is our focus, and so logically there would be some investment in that in the future. I can't say what that will look like or when that will look like, but logically you focus on a certain area as you move down that path.
Yeah, as you prioritise different things. Absolutely. Right, so we'll go to, I think there's a question over there, third row.
Hi there. This is mainly aimed at Matthew and Simon. To what extent is sort of carbon reduction technologies in your plans for airports and building future infrastructure? To what extent has that already come in conversation, both on-site or off-site, and where do you see that playing a role in the overall plan for decarbonisation?
I'm happy to go first.
Off to you.
Cool. So, just to put it in context, Heathrow's carbon footprint, including aircraft, 95% of that is planes, because we include the whole journey en route. 5% is everything on the ground. That's how dominated by how people get to and from the airport. We call that surface access in airport jargon, and our buildings and airport vehicles and procurement and so on. We've got to have a plan across the whole piece, and I've touched largely on what we'd call the 95% that's in the air, where our role is primarily an influencing and advocacy one. But it's worth saying there's also investment that Heathrow needs to make there. Modernising airspace is actually one of the, if not the single biggest investment we're making over the next 10 years to take carbon out of the whole ecosystem. So it's absolutely locked in there. I think your question was probably more directed at the 5% on the ground, but...
Yeah. So more so with sort of carbon capture technology being as formulated and sort of integrated into the infrastructure that you guys have on the ground.
Oh, I see. So actually the investment plan that we're developing for the next 5 years has got a number of elements in it: surface access initiatives, support for rail schemes to Heathrow, active travel, because many of our colleagues live close to the airport, so encouraging them to walk or cycle, looking at how we switch off gas to heat the airport, how we can plug in more EVs. So there's a whole range of investments we're planning. Carbon capture, we're not particularly looking at the airport. I mean, it is a relatively carbon-rich environment for obvious reasons. Lots of planes take off. We may look at that in future, but it's an area we need to understand more, but my understanding is actually it doesn't need to be at the airport. It should scale up where you've got the space to invest in the kit, and we're looking at how we can help stimulate that market.
Thanks for that.
Just two examples, just to add to what Matt said. Obviously, we've got a whole investment plan in terms of the changes to our infrastructure that we're going to make to deal with our Scope 1 and 2 emissions, and we'll be publishing an updated plan on that later on this year. But last year we launched for the first time a fund called the Aviation Carbon Transition Fund, and it was an opportunity for anyone to bid in to help to support the acceleration of the dealing with those larger Scope 3 emissions. And there's two really neat projects that were successful to that. One is a partnership with the Eden Project, where they're looking at our airport site and how we can change some of the greener areas on site to both enhance the biodiversity, but also to potentially enhance the carbon absorption properties. And a second project which stretches my brain in terms of understanding what the scientists involved hope to discover. But it's a partnership between Manchester University and a ecological consultancy who are looking at injecting biochar into an area of our airfield, because one thing that airports have is lots of green open space, and then monitoring that area to see whether there is the potential to use the asset that we have, the airfield, treat that differently and improve the natural carbon sink properties of the airport itself. And those two studies we hope will report back later on this year or early next year. And we'll publish those results for all to have a look at.
Thank you, really interesting. I've got a question online, we've just got a few likes. So this is, we've talked obviously about SAF hydrogen, but this question is about, are we missing the whole picture and risk not doing enough on other climate impacts from aircraft emissions, such as contrails, particulates, etc.? Who wants to, David?
Sure, yeah. I mean, I think non-CO2 effects quite rightly receiving attention. And clearly there are other emissions from aircraft other than CO2. I think the good news is there's a lot of exciting development in that area. When you look at organisations like Cranfield University with the Enable H2 project, they're looking at low NOx combustors for hydrogen, which potentially significantly reduce the effects of NOx. Hydrogen fuel cells, of course, don't produce any NOx at all. And even contrail and the radiator forcing effects of contrails, it's not black and white. So you can put a contrail out in the morning, which can be beneficial, and the same contrail in the afternoon can work against you. So the science is very complex from a sort of dynamic point of view, and also the humidity of the air. On one day you have no impact, and the same contrail at the same time of day the following day has no impact at all. So it's not easy science at all, but there's evidence to suggest that even changes, relatively small changes of flight level, can massively reduce the contrail. So I think we're going to see more of that. So quite rightly, the focus is on carbon. The science around carbon is understood very well, and that's why when you read things like the IPCC report, it focuses on carbon. And even in the aviation section, it says, put your efforts into carbon and do your best with non-CO2 effects, which of course is what we want to do. But the technology is not fully matured yet. But the aim is to significantly reduce or even eliminate non-CO2 effects.
Absolutely. And again, it's like we talked about earlier, it's focusing on the priorities, isn't it?
Yeah.
And what do we need to do now?
Yeah.
So any other questions? Yes, we've got this gentleman here, both in the second row, one on this side and one on that side.
Thank you. It's Alejandro Bloch from the ATI. So, David, I found it interesting that you mentioned that EasyJet is already offsetting their emissions, right? And I mean, that's great. And my question is, how could an airline be incentivized to use SAF if they can offset their emissions at a much lower price, right? So if environmentally speaking, it's a similar effect.
Yep. So, like I mentioned, we see offsetting as complementary to a decarbonisation pathway. SAF is included in your decarbonisation pathway. So, you've got various levers that you can pull in order to reduce that carbon intensity. Eventually that will be new technology aircraft, but in the short term, it might be just replacing your existing aircraft with the better generation ones. The ones that we fly now are 15% more fuel efficient than they were previously. And in fact, since 2020, since the year 2000, so in the last 20 odd years, EasyJet reduces emissions by 1/3 just by replacing its aircraft with newer aircraft and doing operational efficiency. So SAF is included in that decarbonisation pathway. Offsetting is completely complementary. It's a voluntary thing that we do on behalf of the customers because we know the customers like us to do it. We think it's still an important thing to do, but we don't see it as in competition, if you like, with SAF. We know SAF is much more expensive per ton of carbon avoided versus the offsetting projects we have today. But that's the way that the pathway works.
Thank you.
Thank you. And the gentleman in the second row on that side.
Hi there. We talk about the pace of change. If EasyJet were to place an order for 5 hydrogen planes today, do you think things will go quicker?
I wish I could place an order for 5 hydrogen planes today, but currently no one is offering us a hydrogen plane that would fly EasyJet passengers around Europe. But I do believe a day will come where they will do that, and we will be at the front of the queue for those aircraft. So, we obviously don't make planes, we don't make engines, we don't make fuel, but we have an important role to play in bringing a lot of this together because we have a kind of unique helicopter view of the whole ecosystem. We interact with government regulators, engine manufacturers, fuel suppliers, and so on. And we are pushing as hard as we can to bring this to maturity as early as safely as possible. So, yeah, if they were available, we'd be the first in the queue.
Thank you. One from online is, and it's for any of you, have airlines and airports looked at ways to use hydrogen for medium or long-haul flights, considering crazy ideas, maybe not crazy, such as mid-flight refuelling, hybrid power, etc.?
Well, I can have a quick go at that. The short answer is no. But there's a serious point that underlines that, which is, I'm picking up on David's 1.5 point. This is a climate emergency, so we need to be really focused on what's going to get us to net zero by 2050. Absolutely. Now, we absolutely know, we don't know exactly what the blend of the things we've talked about is, the efficiency and the SAF and the hydrogen and the removals, but we're pretty clear as we sit here that those are the elements and broadly what they can do. So hydrogen for mid to long haul, I would love a zero emissions mid to long haul option. I'm not convinced that will scale up in the quantity we need to get us to net zero 2050. In-flight refueling, if that could shave off carbon, we should be looking at it. But the question I'd ask is, if it really could, why isn't that happening already? So we've just got to keep this laser focus on what's going to get us to net zero by 2050.
Yeah, and actually that touches on something Emma said this morning as well about the challenges of making sure we focus on the right things, because there's so many things that you could do. Any other questions? Gentleman over there.
Thank you. Conscious I'm asking the members of Sustainable Aviation a question, so I apologise for that, folks. One of the questions that I think we've got to face as an industry is this issue of, all the great stuff we're doing, all the great stuff you've just discussed in terms of projects, ambitions, strategies, etc., does not seem to be cutting through as far as I can see with the general public and the media messages. So really welcome thoughts from you, all of you, in terms of how you think we need to address that going forwards.
Yeah, I think it's a fair challenge, and I think we've got to do more to bring the public along the journey with us. I mean, aviation and flying in general, people have almost taken for granted. The generation today just expect to be able to get on an aeroplane, fly cheaply from A to B, and it's fabulous how it has connected people together, and so we've got to make sure we don't lose that that ability. So we need to move quickly, responsibly to a better future in that. But I think that the general awareness from the public as to the challenges associated with it and how we're going to do that is very, very low. And I think we probably all have a role to play in educating and bringing along the public with us, with the challenges, but also the opportunities that the future will bring, because we will get there. I'm absolutely convinced about that. I think we need to go through a challenging period, and that might be a few decades, frankly, before we sort of come out the other side. And so we've got to get the right framework, we've got to get the right messaging. If it's hydrogen, we don't want people to be thinking the Hindenburg and all that kind of thing. So, you know, how do we get people confident in the future and understand the position we're in right now, where we're very visible, putting out contrails and all the rest of it around the sky. But for them to understand we are doing everything we possibly can to move to a better future.
Simon.
I think just on the political side, that we're not there yet, but Matt's mentioned some of the policy levers that have been put in place, emissions trading and such like. You know, the UK government played a key role in all of that. Sustainable aviation is an example of global leadership led by organisations within the UK. Our wonderful heritage in relation to aviation and aerospace. You know, Matt talked passionately in his openings around aviation as this force for good. You know, we're an outward-looking island nation who has always had a leadership role in this industry, and you know, I think there's a massive opportunity for the UK. You know, you look at the brilliant people in this room, the brilliant people on the invite list. It's all there for the UK to be the global centre for clean and zero aviation, and we just need the politicians to grab hold of that and see that, and then I think we can make something truly wonderful happen, and the UK can continue to lead the globe in transforming our sector, but we're just not there yet. So I don't have an answer to the question, but you know, what I see is it, you know, just needs one brave politician, I think, to see that potential and grab hold of it, and then I think the conversation will start to change.
Thank you. Any other questions in the room? Yes, over there at the back. And then there's one, sorry, after that, the one on the fourth row.
Michael Thornton, kicking his cup over. Heathrow Strategic Planning Group, which is the local authorities around Heathrow and the LEPs. Matt and Simon, it isn't just picking up on the question just now about reaching the public, isn't an opportunity for aviation to show leadership and reach the public on some of this messaging? Isn't there a great potential for the airports, rather than, you know, the people designing pretty looking new flying vehicles, but the airports to be demonstrating how this transition of fuels and types of flying can improve the area around airports? And I'm not just talking about noise, but you know, these new forms of energy. Can we not be earlier adopters of hydrogen for the ground fleets, the aeroplanes, but then also the local truck fleets, the local cars, the local homes? Isn't there a way of winning people over through the airport as a medium, rather than the flying vehicle and the pretty pictures of flying vehicles? Is there not more we can be doing there jointly?
I mean, I think the short answer is yes. So, I mean, and just a couple of practical thoughts on that. If I look at public communications or passenger communications generally, actually just before the pandemic, we launched a big consumer campaign at Heathrow to engage people on carbon. So I think this came off the back of 2019, which I describe as the year of peak public pressure on carbon. You know, Extinction Rebellion on the streets in London, school strikes. We felt under huge pressure, so we launched this campaign called The Elephant in the Airport. The elephant in the airport's carbon. We need to talk about it. Here's some of what we're doing. So it was a kind of, you know, we know there's an issue here moment. those posters went up in February 2020, and by late March, I was saying to our comms team, I'm not actually sure the elephant in the airport at this precise moment is climate change anymore. It's probably more COVID. But the point stands that actually we need to be engaging in normal years, 80 million people who travel through Heathrow to do two big things. I think firstly, to reassure them that we've got a plan, we get it, and we're acting on this, but also to engage them in where they can take action, because there are things they can do. Offsetting, as Emma said earlier today, if their airline doesn't do it, buying SAF. Your point was also around the local area, and yes, and we work closely with you, Michael, and with others. We're looking at various things we could do locally. At Heathrow, we've had a hydrogen refueling station, small scale, but for many years now. There are a number of trials we've run of hydrogen and other kinds of vehicles at Heathrow. So yes, I think we should be doing, we are doing that, but should be doing more as well. So.
Thank you.
Curious about the whole 2050 thing. That's 27 and a half years away. So we have 27 and a half years to all our ages. That's when we're supposed to get to this magic net zero. Why can't it be 2030? Is one question. In particular, for Heathrow, you fly over central London. I live in Fulham. We get woken up at 4:30 in the morning, and obviously you're trying to extend your footprint with a new runway. And all that sort of noise and emissions thing go together hand in hand. So can you ban the night flights from, let's say, midnight to 6 in the morning? Because flying quieter aircraft is also really, really significant.
So two different issues there. I mean, on the net zero 2050, we've got to be guided by the science on this. Clearly, the faster we can get there, the better. By the way, by 2030, what the science is saying is we should be halving emissions roughly from today's levels. That in itself is a huge challenge. We need to follow the 1.5 degree absolute emissions reductions that David's eloquently talked about. If I'm absolutely honest, I think that will be challenging enough globally. Let's aim for that and let's deliver that in the way we've talked about. For the noise issue around Heathrow, absolutely, Heathrow has noise impacts. We're conscious of those. As part of the plan, and there are already, I won't go into detail here because this is more a carbon conference, but happy to, and you may know afterwards, talk about the many restrictions that already exist on operations at night, which we know is the most sensitive time of day for people. The only quick thing I would say is as part of the plans to expand, which are paused, still supported by government policy, there was indeed a proposal which we supported for a longer period, an extension of the night flights ban overnight, and we recognise that was an important step to win public support. So, yes.
Anything from anyone else to add, particularly that first point?
No, I mean, there will obviously be sectors of industry that will decarbonise to net zero by 2030, and that's great, and we're going to need all of that. But there are some hard-to-abate sectors, including aviation, shipping, cement, steel, and others, which simply will not be able to get to net zero by 2030. We'd have to just close up shop, and nothing would happen. So, we have to be realistic about the pathway and the science, but we have to be guided by the people like the Science Based Targets Initiative that have looked at this globally and said, okay, for aviation, this is the pathway we need you to achieve. And if you do that, we'll be on track for 1.5 degrees.
Thank you. I think we've got time for one last question. Let's make it a good one. Oh, I've got two. Let me take, yes, because you've asked a few questions already. And let's take the person there.
Hello, Maria Nelson from ATI. I think it's really, really great to hear that we have a lot of technologies coming, and I will preface it by saying I'm a big believer in the transformative power of technologies and science-based targets in the pathways that we've laid out. I keep wondering, half of me keeps wondering, are we being too optimistic? Because we have, all of this sort of coming, but we are relying on big assumptions still that will have to happen between now and 2050. Scaling up feedstocks, as you said, making sure that aviation gets those feedstocks, not others. A huge reliance on scaling up renewables for hydrogen, and then hydrogen for SAFs or hydrogen for hydrogen. There are so many uncertainties, and so we have to be optimistic, absolutely. Keep pushing ahead, keep moving forward. But I wonder, if we were realistic, if we were kind of slightly less optimistic for a moment, what would be our sort of key messages or key priorities now, where we say if we look at that pathway that relies on so many things that have to happen in time to get us even close to net zero, if we take a slightly more pessimistic or realistic, whichever way you want to view, what would you prioritize? What would you say we really have to address right now to give us a fighting chance?
I suggest each of you answer that question.
Cool.
Good to hear each answer.
I've got the red clock ticking. I wouldn't change any of what I've said today, actually. I would say it's efficiency, and it's SAF, and it's hydrogen, and it's removals, and there's no silver bullet, and we drive at them all.
David?
And I would just throw the challenge out that we are all have a responsibility with this. So whatever industry you're in, you will have a part to play in the decarbonisation of our society. So, do your part as well. And if we all do that, then we will get there. I'm confident about that.
And Simon?
Just key theme for me is collaboration. We need to work together, put competition to one side where it's practical to do that to ensure that we meet the ambitious targets. So for me, collaboration is key. That's something we have to prioritise. Work this out together.
Great. That leaves us now just in time for lunch. So thank you so much for our panel, Simon, Matt and David. Let's give them a round of applause. And we now have 45 minutes for lunch. So enjoy, continue networking, and see you back at 1:15.
Ladies and gentlemen, the summit will resume shortly. Could you please make your way back to level 4? Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone. Hope you had a great lunch. The food is great here, isn't it? Is it? Thumbs up. Yes, lots of thumbs up. If you like taking some home. Anyway, I hope you had a great lunch. Good chance to talk, have more good conversations. Obviously, we had our morning session looking at various kind of challenges and things that we're doing in the UK, and a really interesting discussion about decarbonising aviation. Our next session is on future aviation. And I'm pleased to welcome back, Gary Cutts was here this morning, but I'm pleased to welcome him back to the stage. He's Director of Future Flight Challenge, and he will take us through this session.
It's significantly more terrifying chairing one of these sessions, I find, because I think you have to pay a lot more attention to the other people. So let me introduce the panel up onto stage to join us first. First off, we have Hazel Dempsey, who is Innovation Programme Manager for NHS Grampian, please. If you could grab a seat. And then joining online, I'll do Matthew now because I'll forget. Matthew online, Matthew Sattler is the Infrastructure and Ecosystems Partnerships Lead for Supernal, who are the aircraft manufacturing part of Hyundai that worked with urban airports. Next to come up on stage is, and it's good to see that Matthew is there, next is Andy Smith, who is Head of Sustainability Strategy for Loganair. Then we'll have, please, Andrea Wu, who is Chief Operating Officer for Urban Airport. I think Andrea was also formerly the Chief Designer as well, so he's responsible for the wonderful thing that we saw in Coventry. And lastly, and out of sequence in my notes, we have Jenny Ward, please. Jenny is the Deputy Director of Aviation Strategy, Consumers and Innovation, I believe, for Department for Transport. So a fantastic and interesting panel for this afternoon. So thank you, everyone. Thanks for joining very much. And please excuse my papers. Because of a change of personnel, I've got many more pieces of paper than I'd expected to have. First off, Andrea, perhaps I'll turn to you, because Urban Airports has been a really visible demonstration of the kind of things that we're trying to do. For you, what were the main challenges in setting up that demonstration airport? And I suppose particularly, what things came out of left field that you hadn't anticipated seeing?
Okay, let me think. So challenges. We had so many challenges for the past year, so I'm trying to prioritize. Firstly, I guess because we are kind of at the forefront of innovation of urban air mobility in the UK, or even globally, I think from an infrastructure perspective, it's very important that the ecosystem that we have created over the past year, that we take them along and make everybody understand that each of these partners or collaborators, we all need each other to move forward in that industry and to push through boundaries. So, CAA approvals has been obviously a challenge. It took us half a year to workshops and coordination, etc., to get approval for the T150 from Malloy to do a loop of 100 meters. But I think it was a big achievement because this specific military drone was never allowed to fly apart from in fields and military operations. So I think that was a big achievement. From an infrastructure perspective, we had a big backing behind us from Coventry City Council, obviously from Innovate UK, but commercially, if we talk from a building perspective, steel prices, aluminium prices shot through the roof while we were constructing, while we were placing orders, which then meant, of course, we had to be very quick on our feet, be very flexible, and even, I think, within the first 8 weeks, we changed from an aluminium frame straight to a steel frame, just to make it work from a commercial perspective. Otherwise, I think we've had very good feedback and collaborators along the way. We have now created an amazing framework, not only of trade contractors that are happy to move along with us. We've had, obviously, Innovate UK's support. Supernal have been behind us all the way, up until the live demonstrations when the whole team was there, working the floor, trying to, maximize our exposure and also the public perception aspect. We were actually quite apprehensive. What would the public, what would their first reaction be? Would there be many concerns about noise or health and safety issues. But so far, probably 95% of the feedback from over 10,000 visitors has been very, very positive.
Super. And perhaps just one sort of follow-up question. In what you did, were there any sort of pleasant surprises, things that were much easier, the bonuses you hadn't expected from the demonstration?
I think what has been really amazing is, we always promote a teamwork. And I know everybody goes on about it, teamwork is very important, but I'm a true believer that, if everyone works to their best skill sets and is flexible on their feet, so nobody has been, everybody has been very proactive, not even our team, but all of our other collaborators, and it has been amazing fun. It has been stressful and intense, but I think mostly we are so proud that we managed to deliver on time. We managed to deliver to a certain budget. And I think we managed to catapult our company plus our ecosystem onto a new platform, which now opens so many other doors for us.
Excellent. Thanks very much. And with that, I think partly because of the relationship between you, I'll jump to Matthew. Hopefully Matthew can hear me. Matthew, I wonder if you could just give Supernal's view at a high level just about the market for air mobility, how you see that emerging, but then if you could perhaps just give us the context of the UK, why UK is interesting and how the relationship came about with urban airports.
Yeah, absolutely. And thanks so much for hosting me virtually. I'm sorry I couldn't join in person. So our kind of view of the market is broadly that this business case has tremendous potential to basically introduce a new mobility option. And, we think about sort of stitching together all of the existing transportation networks and all of the great things that are happening kind of in other areas of innovation and transportation, and now bringing kind of this third dimension of the air to that kind of set of transportation options. And so, as we kind of think about, what will be required in this new world of living, and sort of distributing people further, more sprawl, kind of moving kind of economic advantages further and further out of city centers, but still staying like highly connected to those city centers. We think air mobility is really promising. And so, that's why we as sort of a car company started looking at this space. We also have, thought that all of the other kind of technology innovations that the car industry is going through for ground-based vehicles fit very nicely to what will be required to scale urban air mobility. So fundamentally, two kind of differences between aircraft development and automotive development. One goes very high rate production, it's very automated. It's also kind of seeing faster adoption of new technologies, things like battery electric motors, electric powertrains, things of that nature. And then on the aviation side, everything is sort of very slow to develop. It's very difficult to build at high rate production, largely because the aircraft are so complicated. The certification processes are really intense. And so, I think our view is to start to morph some of the automotive advantages into the aviation space. And by so doing, really fundamentally reducing the cost of both manufacturing these vehicles, but also deploying them at scale and operating them at scale. And then sort of critical to that cost picture are things that we have to do sort of innovatively inside and outside of the vehicle. So on the vehicle itself, things like battery electric powertrains, electric motors, rotors that can allow us to bring the noise footprint of the vehicle down really significantly relative to helicopters. And then, there are things outside of the vehicle, which is why we're really fascinated and great partners with Urban Airport. So we have to be thinking dynamically about where these vehicles can land and how we can create a sort of highly effective but small footprint in city centers for them to be able to serve, the true urban population. Because, for us to really achieve the time savings that will warrant value, we have to be thinking about delivering the product right kind of to where it's convenient. And that doesn't necessarily mean everyone needs to be able to walk directly to the vertiport. We think there's a multimodal picture here as well that's very interesting. But the strategic placement of infrastructure, cost-efficient infrastructure, and sort of rapid and flexible infrastructure are all part of the solution to making that happen. And that's where we see Urban Airport with the demo in Coventry, really shining with its advantages.
Super, excellent. Thanks very much for that, Matthew. And if I jump across to Hazel now, obviously this airport demonstrated drones flying as part of its mission. Perhaps you could give us an NHS Grampian perspective of how do you see the benefits emerging from drones? What do you see the potential being from a healthcare point of view?
I work with an NHS Grampian, which is one health board there's 14 health boards in Scotland altogether, so I'm one system within quite a large complex system. Across Scotland, we employ about 144,000 people that provide health and social care to a population of 5.5 million people. 20% of those people live in a remote or a rural location. At the moment, as we're recovering from the pandemic, the system is stretched. I'm sure you see it on the news every single day, the backlog of diagnostics, waiting times. Everything that we do within the NHS, we want to make sure is patient-centred, and the patient is at the heart of everything that we do. So if we can improve the quality or the experience of care that individuals and their families receive, or if we can increase efficiencies within the system, that means more people are being seen quicker, then that's where the wins will be in terms of drone technology.
And are there specific challenges? We chatted a bit at the start, but obviously healthcare is under massive pressure and perhaps always will be. So it's a difficult environment, I guess, to push new technologies in. Are there specific challenges of trying to adopt and bring in innovation in that really pressured environment?
Yeah, there's lots of challenges. I mean, the biggest challenge, of course, is time. Just time for our clinicians to think, to reflect, and to innovate. So the NHS, we've got myriad of innovative clinicians who know how to fix their own problems, but they just don't have the time to do it. So it's really, really difficult to try and carve that out. So the role that I work in, and each individual NHS board does have innovation teams where we're able to help be that go-between between commercial entities, industry bodies, funding partners, academics, where we're able to make sure that we're aligning the best opportunities with the most appropriate use cases and evidencing where those gains are.
Excellent. Thanks very much. Andy, if I could turn to you, and again, we've chatted a little bit before, as we look to the development of new aircraft technologies, particularly the concepts of potentially electric hydrogen aircraft, different types of regional or sub-regional aircraft, I wonder if you could just give us Loganair's perspective of what new opportunities does new aircraft give to you? Are there new routes? Are there new money-making and market opportunities for you?
Absolutely. I think we see the market in quite similar terms to the advanced air mobility guys, that there is a real opportunity for a new segment of the market, which is essentially competition with surface transport. A prerequisite for that is that we are low to zero emissions. That's a given. But absolutely, there is a very attractive market to be serviced if we can find the right economics to do it. And that's been touched on a bit in some of the earlier discussions of some of the challenges of making sure that the new systems that are coming are accessible. And I think of accessible from a physical point of view. I think there's a lot of work that the industry needs to do in making it, for example, wheelchair and mobility restricted accessible, but actually from a price point. And if the system becomes, yes, you can do this, but it costs £150–200 to do, that is going to obviously curtail a lot of the market. But particularly for rural areas, there's real attractions in solving urban congestion, but the same sort of technologies apply in rural areas where you've got thinner routes and lower population densities. So it's very exciting. We're very positive about it.
Excellent, thank you. And you think you see the world differently to a much larger or networked carrier, do you?
I would think so, yes. There's a unique challenge that comes when you reduce the distances you're trying to move people. The overall elapsed journey time from door to door is far more important. If you're travelling from the UK to LA, if you have to spend 4 hours travelling to the airport and waiting at the airport, etc., that's less of an issue in the context of an 18 or 20-hour journey. It's very hard to sell a 20-minute journey if you have to spend 50 minutes parking and queuing and fighting your way through security at an airport to get to the gate. So it requires thinking about it a bit differently. The car, I sort of think it as Southwest, when they set themselves the benchmark to compete against the Greyhound buses. And that was a radically different way of thinking about the problem and what the users wanted, what the customers wanted. I think once you try and compete with the car, there are a whole new set of challenges that present themselves that a conventional aviation system isn't necessarily well set up to deal with. I mean, an example I'd give is flexibility. If I'm driving to a meeting and my meeting overruns or something changes, no big deal, I'll just drive back later. If you're trying to do that around an air service, yes, I can perhaps get a later flight if there's a seat, and if I'm not going to get, not to name names, but Ryanair, and have another £100 bill because I've changed my flight, that's an issue. So you have to kind of think about the system a bit differently if you're going to effectively compete with that mode of transport. But it's a huge market, and it's very attractive, and it has lots of subsectors that are very interesting to us.
Excellent, thank you. And if I could, lastly, in the first round of questions, turn to you, Jenny, and possibly the biggest question of the day, I would guess, is, so how ambitious does the UK government want us to be in this space? We've heard about the potential, so maybe just talk to us about the vision and what is the department's strategy for this area?
Yeah, I mean, I think for the whole aviation sector, there's been quite a few significant things that happened in the last few years. We've talked about the pandemic all the time, but also we've had EU exit, and actually we also have put limits and targets on aviation decarbonisation. So there's three pretty major things that are influencing how we look to our future of aviation. And I think one of the things that we want to do as government is make sure that we are being really clear what we see the ambition is and the leadership is. And some of you who may have heard from Minister of Courts yesterday will have been telling you about how we are preparing, and shortly we'll be looking to publish an aviation strategy which is looking at exploring all those issues across the aviation sector, covering kind of the innovation side of things, be it domestic connectivity, be it workforce and skills as well, and that's covering kind of your more traditional air travel as well as the innovation that we're talking about. So that's definitely something about in the shorter term. And then when we look more specifically about what we're talking about here is kind of air mobility, and using new aviation technologies for kind of shorter local and regional kind of transport, be it services, deliveries, or even passengers. I think the role of government, again, is to make sure we're really clear what our ambition is, create a regulatory framework that allows that innovation to happen, and that's really so we can have these benefits for users. Some of the stuff that Hazel has talked about with some of those great trials that we've had that have happened are really delivering benefits to public services, so it being patient focused, and also touching on some of the stuff that Andrew said, but we've got to make sure that there is the social acceptance for it for consumers as well when we look beyond kind of public services, but we need to make sure we get that regulatory framework right. And us as government, we can only do that in partnership with everyone that's doing it themselves, who are building that technology and building those markets to use. So I think the third thing that we also need to do is work really closely on the kind of demonstration projects, be that through the regulatory lens or from the consumer lens, so that we're doing it together, so we don't get a point where something's been done, it's here, let's make it happen. It's like, oh, that doesn't quite work in, be it the regulatory framework or be it in the location or city that we are talking about, or be it a rural area, and putting it in place. So I think it's really key to be very clear that we do want to be a world leader in innovation. We've got a great history of it in some of the manufacturing and some of the innovation, but we've just got to make sure we get all those benefits for the UK and for the users, and by creating the right environment to do that.
Super, thank you very much. And maybe I'll stay with you, Jenny, and I just wonder if you could comment, because you talked there about people and the role of engagement of people. what do you see the role of place being? So individual places where the aviation kind of descends and does things, and what's the role of local government, regional government and central government in the place-based agenda?
Yeah, so I see from a kind of a central government perspective, it's about creating the environment so you can have these opportunities that deliver the benefits at a local level. But it's not going to work exactly the same be it in the Shetlands as it is in Manchester. These are very different places. There's going to be different kind of air mobility drones, different regional kind of aircraft uses. So that's where it's really important to not just make sure you're working with the kind of local government, but also the local communities, because they will know best what will work in their areas. And so from a central government, it's like, let's create the framework where these things will work. Let's not necessarily be too prescriptive as to how it's going to work, and then make sure it works for the local area, and make sure it gets assessed. And I think obviously your Coventry example really shows how you've worked very closely with local government. So dual role.
Excellent. Thank you. Hazel, I want to jump back, talk a little bit about drones again. I think for how drones are used, there's lots of different environments. So I wonder if you could pass comment on the particular challenges in Scotland. It has a particular set of geographies, and maybe to top that off, you could just give us your vision. You know, this is really hard. A date in the future, how far in the future, how many drones flying? Is it too early to say what the vision is for the NHS?
So I guess I'll go back to, first of all, the different challenges that we think a drones logistics service might be able to help across Scotland in healthcare. So in the north, so I live in Grampian, I live in Aberdeen, which isn't quite Glasgow or Edinburgh, it's 150 miles north, which is fairly remote, it's fairly rural. We have one large teaching hospital. Patients often have to travel for hours and miles to get to routine appointments, which can be difficult for the most simplest of procedures. So NHS Grampian, much like lots of other boards, are trying to keep patients in their homes more, so they're travelling less, and there's a community hub-based approach to medicine within communities. I would say in the island boards, so in Shetland and Orkney and Western Isles, again, it's challenging, particularly patient pathways from Orkney and Shetland will come to the mainland. Often those appointment times are dependent on the weather, ferry times and air times, which straight away puts them at an inequality. If you come to kind of more urban environments like Edinburgh or Glasgow, you've got really hugely congested cities with laboratory services could be centralised, or they could be spread out within an urban environment as well. You know, one particular use case we've looked at is the transportation of blood cultures across a city environment. Edinburgh being one of the most congested cities in the UK. If we had drones that could do that, it would be able to have those blood culture samples much quicker. It means that treatment could commence much quicker, and ultimately the prevention of serious ill health like sepsis, for example. So those are the types of logistical challenges we have. We've also got a planned logistics service, so which runs well, and it's run well for a long, long time. But also what we've realised is that we move things in an unplanned way a lot of the time. So with things like urgent medicines or urgent specimens, urgent samples, anything that's out of hours has to be moved using taxis which are carbon heavy. And that's done routinely in most hospitals, if not all, across Scotland. So that's at a cost, and it's not consistent, and there must be an easier way to do that, surely. I want to share, if there's time, I want to share a really good scenario. So this is a scenario based on some of our most vulnerable population groups, the elderly, who perhaps there's a particular leukemia that the elderly have called myeloid leukemia in their 80s, and the treatment is a subcutaneous injection, which is a really small injection in your tummy. If you have myeloid leukemia and you have this particular chemotherapy, you have to have that injection every day for 7 days, every 28 days. But to prepare that particular preparation of chemotherapy, that has to happen in a regional laboratory in a certain way. So that means if you live in the Moray Coast, way up in that northeast shoulder in Scotland, you're going to have to travel 120 miles every day for 7 days, every 28 days, because the half-life of that particular preparation is 8 hours. So a man or a person in a van couldn't drive with that medication, so could a drone fly that medication But what we want to then understand, if that drone flies the medication, which I'm sure it could, and we've demonstrated that drones fly A to B, what we then want to understand is, what does that do in the centre? Does that release appointment time? Does that mean if Mrs. Smith is staying at home in her community, doesn't have to get a ferry isn't dependent on an airplane or a taxi, she can stay in her community with her family, we bring that treatment closer to her, does that mean that frees up time in the centre? Does it free up appointment time? Does it help to impact on waiting times? So I think really that's in the NHS where we need to get to in the next 2 years, is to understand the impact and the value, the additional value, not necessarily quantitatively in pounds and pennies, it's about the value that it'll give to patients and their families.
I have to say, wow, I think if there's one story to take away from this entire conference about the possible social benefits of what we're doing, that's just amazing. And the concept of drones addressing healthcare inequalities, I don't think I'd thought about that in that way before. Thanks very much. Matthew, if I can, on the subject of kind of timescales and strategy, I'm really interested in, for the air mobility OEMs, I would observe there's a lot of you, but you've got quite different views about time to market, and Supernal has a sort of different view. I just wanted to share your view of the time to market and why Supernal is planning to be a bit later. I'm guessing that's a very thoughtful strategy.
Yes, it is. And so we're currently targeting sort of late decade to be in service. And, this is really in service of a strategy that allows us to deploy and scale quickly, and then also spend a lot of time and energy building the ecosystem elements that will support the business case. So, fortunately, with the backing of the Hyundai Motor Group and sort of the long-term return and kind of investment time horizon that the company has taken with its future bets, we have a tremendous ability to be patient and to build the business case in a way that allows us to scale. And I think that's fundamentally different than many of our OEM competitors, which are, I think, in a race to certify their aircraft. I think while they're doing the best that they can, and I think the whole industry is working hard to try and build the ecosystem elements to support, I think what you'll see is a significant kind of divide between when those initial vehicles are certified and when they can actually operate in kind of an air taxi context in really urban environments. And so I think initially you may actually see kind of regional airport to regional airport trips being the predominant flow of demand for some of those early vehicles. And so, our goal is to kind of avoid that and to be kind of a deliberate second mover. And again, taking advantage of all of that automotive expertise to build and scale the aircraft production more quickly, perhaps, and to do that at a global scale. And, that's one of the reasons we're highly engaged in the UK as well. Going back to kind of your earlier question, the UK as a market has a really long history of aviation, but also can benefit tremendously from air mobility. And, I think this forum and so many like it are a testament to how much both the government, the industry, and, the people of the UK are really leaning into advanced air mobility. And we're really excited by that.
Excellent. Thanks very much. Just a fair warning for the audience. I've got a couple more questions, then we're amongst the audience. I seem to have 0 Slido questions, which may be Slido competency, but feel free to submit them. I don't have any yet. So a couple of questions, then we'll come amongst you. So Andy, if I could come back to you, you covered this a little bit, but just interested in Loganair's whole sustainability. You talked about the journey to complete net zero. The new types of vehicles that we're talking about here, how did they fit into that route map to zero carbon?
For us, they're central. We, I think, have a different decarbonisation pathway to a lot of the other UK airlines by virtue of the size of aircraft that we operate. So we operate some of the smallest commercial airliners in the UK, 9 seats, up to 70-seat ATR 72s. And it's in that range of aircraft size that we see the low carbon battery electric, hydrogen fuel cell, hydrogen combustion systems initially applying. And given the choice, we kind of view that as the most effective route for us to decarbonise rather than a heavy bet on SAF. What I would say is that we do recognise that for the whole industry, SAF is absolutely vital, and we fully support the development of SAF production in the UK. We need to see that if we're going to decarbonise the industry as a whole's emissions, but for us it's not a key part of our strategy.
Super. Thank you, Andy. And Andrea, if I could come back. My view, we knew you kind of 2 years ago as an organisation, and the progress has been really interesting. We all know the Coventry demonstration was, well, impressive. It was hugely impressive and very visible. How are you now seeing the market? How near to commercial opportunities are you? How big do you see those commercial opportunities being, if you're able to talk about them?
Yeah, so the last 2 years, with you and our other support group, I think they've been very, very interesting for everyone. And Coventry was almost the culmination, for the team who've worked really hard probably very intensely for the last half a year to a year. From a commercial perspective, I think we are now on I said earlier on, we're now on a different platform where we can operate, I guess, more confidently. Coventry allowed us, and I think everyone who has visited, and whether it was 140 school kids who received from universities and that have been invited by a Flycrowd, 2 different airport operators, 2 different governments. We had the film crew from Brazil. So it literally has been a global audience. I think what everybody has managed to do by visiting Air One is to buy into this new concept. And I said, especially from a public perception concept, people come with their own misconceptions, whether it's from a personal level, a cultural level, a social background, or even from a commercial aspect. Everybody understands now, okay, they see that there is a market from an air passenger perspective, also going through to our city box, docks box concept from a logistics sector. So I really like, Hazel, what you said about the need for use cases to really understand what is the wider benefit. So not only do commercial figures stack up, do we deliver on from an ESG perspective, but also what does it do to wider communities? So there's a much bigger footprint that we need to understand, and I think the best way to do that is by looking at the air passenger market, the logistics market, and the humanitarian sector. So from a DEMS perspective, can we find a use case? And one example would be in Scotland, where we say, okay, over half a year, we will build a small city box at a low cost in the Outer Hebrides. I don't know, I know a little bit, I used to study in Edinburgh. And what does it do to local communities if they don't have to leave their home, they get their medicine on time, and how does that have a bigger impact? And that could be done from an air passenger perspective and from a humanitarian sector. We're talking to the UN about a specific use case, which then enables big sectors or government to be more confident where our roadmap is going.
Excellent, thank you. And with that, I will have a look. There are some Slido questions coming in, so the thing is working, is good. Any questions from the audience for our distinguished panel? Gosh, we're having an after lunch quiet moment. Oh, go ahead, yes.
Question for Andy. So I'm an industrialist. Industry is stimulated best by purchase orders. That's what we react to. Is Loganair and other operators, are you going to prime the industry by placing orders for hydrogen aircraft, for example?
So this is a question I get quite a lot. And I have probably over the last 2 years had maybe 50 requests to sign LOIs come across my desk. We have a policy that we're not going to sign an LOI unless we intend to execute. I think that's where we've come to, and I think we understand that the tech developers, they need to be able to demonstrate customer interest and that they have engaged with potential end users, and we do our absolute best to support them in that. I spend a lot of time talking to the investors behind a lot of these technology companies, trying to reassure them that this is exactly what we're looking for and how we want it to play. It's a difficult one because the technology is not yet at a point where I can put together a solid business case, because the fundamentals of the vehicles are still being nailed down. That's a consistent problem I've had. What I would say is that like David said earlier, for hydrogen combustion aircraft in the category of aircraft that he operates, he wants to be in the first of the queue to buy them. We're exactly the same. We want to be in the first of the queue. At the minute, we're still seeing the different technologies play out, and I'm looking to see a bit more maturity and a bit more of a firming up, for want of a better description, of the core numbers, to be able to make a commitment down one route or another. So it's incredibly frustrating for the guys developing these systems, but I'm sitting there saying I'm frankly still backing all of the horses to see who gets to the finishing line first. But we do recognise that the guys taking a lot of risks to develop this technology, they need investment, they need support, and that customers have a really important role to play, even if we're only potential customers at this stage. So understand the problem. It's something we constantly debate internally. When's the right point to get involved? But I think there is a noticeable difference over the last 5 years in the industry with the new phrases of conditional orders and commitments, etc., coming out. And I think it's not, to my mind, it's not kind of an order until there's, let's say, skin in the game. If I sign an LOI with Airbus or Boeing that we don't execute, then there's financial consequences for that. And that, for me, is at the point at which you've got a credible order, because both sides are putting substantial skin in the game. But do understand the problem, and it's something we do try and work with our key partners to try and work through. It's not necessarily in an order, but it's in other ways, trying to help them secure the investment that they need to bring this technology to market.
Yeah, thank you. It's how we prime the pump, right? So over to you, Gary, another Gary, because you're the pump primers.
Thank you. Yeah, and if I could stay with Andy for a moment, because there's a follow-up related question on that. If such an aircraft were here, and I know that's a little bit of a chicken and egg situation, but do you have in mind already what are the top 3 routes that you would go to, where you would create growth from? Let's say an eVTOL where there's a vertiport.
I guess an eVTOL is we're probably seeing the developments as we survey the market coming in fixed wing first.
Okay.
Ultimately, we're an aviation business. We're kind of agnostic as to the tools we use. So if eVTOLs present themselves as being opening up new opportunities, we're very interested in that, and we're staying quite close to developments in that front. But at the minute, I'm seeing fixed wing as being the primary role. I think we've got to recognise that the first of kind, and this is being borne out by some of my work with the tech providers, they're probably going to be more expensive to own. They're probably going to be more expensive to fly. They're probably going to be less useful than conventional. So there's a lot of, not so much operational, but more, they translate to financial challenges to introducing this new technology. We think they can be overcome. We think it's really important that they are, because they will bring along improvements, and we'll get better by learning, by doing. But the challenge that I'm seeing and that I'm focusing on more now, particularly in our conversations with government, is about how we can get over that first barrier, get this technology into use, figure it out, get better at it, and bring the rest of the market along, because there is going to be quite a big road bump to introducing these initially. But,
and perhaps I could just follow up a question from the top of my head. So that, I think you're talking there almost about risk profile. What's the balance of risk taking between government, private industry and others? Perhaps you could expand a little bit on that.
Yeah, I don't have the answer to it, but it's definitely those 3 stakeholders in some various mix. and it may vary depending on the part of the country you're in and the routes that you're looking at doing. I think it was raised at an earlier panel that PSOs are a feature that are used for some of these smaller communities, for these smaller aircraft, which is where you see this technology first applying. And we're sort of exploring that with Scottish Government as to whether that can be a suitable mechanism for overcoming some of these initial challenges. And we're quite optimistic on that, but that would probably be the sort of route to the answer to the question you gave about where would these be deployed, assuming that the technology is largely in the smaller aircraft category initially. It would tend to be those kind of smaller routes, and quite possibly I think the PSO routes where there's more of a diverse income stream. You're not relying on the customers and the operator to take all of the what can be quite comfortably projected to be financial pain to operate the first of kind.
Super, thank you. Let me come back amongst the audience then. Darryl, hand up very quickly.
So I had a chance to visit the urban airport. Absolutely fantastic. I think we're all agreed that it's the demonstrator that we need. You said that you had feedback from 10,000 people, 95% positive. I'm interested in the 5%. And aside from noise and concerns about the cost of the service, what were the key concerns of this 5%?
I think I wouldn't even say there were concerns. They were the more difficult audience, let's put it this way. So they were very interested in how we have been dealing with the CAA. And I think they came probably with the right industry background. So they asked they knew how to ask the right questions. They were wondering, we provide the ground infrastructure, there's the digital infrastructure and the air infrastructure, which obviously all come together and need to overlap, and all of them have different roadmaps. And there were lots of interested and very specific questions from an air infrastructure perspective on how quickly will certain routes be approved, how will the CAA operate from an approval perspective, so what guidance are they using at the moment, because there's very little on the market. What is our role in making sure that the right precedents are being set, and how quickly can all this be achieved? So maybe it wasn't negative feedback, but there were very specific questions, and maybe a little bit of not suspicion, but wondering how quickly this entire air taxi market, like we said earlier on, and I think Matt mentioned it, just because vehicles might have been commercially approved to fly, does it also mean that the right routes are in place? What will the public, can the public benefit from it? Commercially, will it be available to the public, or is it a VIP service? I think these were also a few questions from the audience, because of course they wanted to make sure that is it something that is for the mass market, or is it something that will start off as a VIP service and then slowly transition and then be available to the wider market?
Thank you. And any more? I have to say it is very hard to see the audience with these lights, but any more questions this afternoon? Super. In which case I will jump back to some of the Slido questions. So Jenny, obviously the UK's relationship with European Union and the relationship with the EASA has changed. Perhaps you could just pass comment on the emerging role of CAA and how CAA will continue to work with the EASA. How does that relationship develop?
Well, I think the things with the opportunities that you get from EU exit is you have more options as to how you can do things. And obviously we have our own kind of CAA, and we can work very collaboratively with EASA, but also gives us the freedoms where we see that if there are benefits to do things differently that don't put UK kind of businesses at a disadvantage, it does give us that opportunity to do things differently, and also still continue to work very closely with our EASA colleagues to be very clear where there may be differences and why, to make sure that we do recognise that in aviation it is a very international and global industry, even when you're talking about kind of using aviation domestically. So it's very important to make sure that there is a partnership approach, but recognising why there might be kind of differences. obviously the change did mean that there were additional tasks that the CAA have had to take on, get up to speed, and make sure they've got the resources to do that. I mean, that's now been in place for a bit, and there will still be a bit more to come as we still continue to go through some of that kind of transition. We will learn from all of this and make sure that the purpose is obviously to do things better, not worse, and we must be able to do that in partnership with our colleagues.
Excellent. Thanks very much. Hazel, if I could turn to you, another Slido question. So this is an organisation we know and love too, but I think this alludes to the wind races. Recently had some announcements around what they're doing with Royal Mail and others. Just wonder, that kind of a drone, so a fixed wing, from memory 100 kilogram payload drone, is that a different and interesting opportunity to NHS? Or are you more interested in small eVTOL?
I would say we're interested in both, and interestingly enough, so my role, I'm part of a wider NHS innovation ecosystem, so working with colleagues from the East and from the West, and with Scottish Government colleagues, and we have a National Drones Oversight Board, which we've pulled together to just kind of develop those synergies and learn really what's happening, particularly in Scotland. And we have got an appointment with Royal Mail as this week to find out how that project went. So we want to find out, what were the challenges, what was easy, what was difficult, tell us a bit more. So we absolutely are keen to find out more from Royal Mail as to how that project went.
Excellent, thank you. And if I'll turn, and this, I might kind of pose this question both to Andrea and Matthew. I think this is quite a difficult but interesting question. So obviously, Andy, you alluded to this is all about time, particularly for the shorter journeys. So if the time dimension of using an urban airport includes, it becomes more bus-like, people want to pass through really quickly, what's the role of revenue in the airport, which is often traditionally quite a significant airport support mechanism? How does that role of revenue, non-flying revenue from airports come as you're trying to get people through airports quickly? Does that make sense? I suppose I'm probably targeting Andrew in the first instance as the airport builder.
Yeah, I think it's a very good question, and that's why we, the people who managed to visit Air One, we literally tried to not recreate, but imagine the mini version of an airport. So when we hosted a 350 square meters passenger air taxi lounge with retail, with F&B, and an area where you can depart and board. The reason why we've been working hard with our Chief Operating Officer and F&B officer to create an ecosystem that doesn't, from a commercial perspective, doesn't rely on ticket sales, because yes, of course, there will be the turnaround will be much quicker, but air taxis will probably take 4 to 6 customers. But where can we then generate revenue like traditional airports do? We had Paul and Shark and Anatomy as our ecosystem retail partners, and we have developed an app which we think will go far from a revenue generating perspective, which then offers any customers who come to Urban Airport to browse through 60 different retail options, F&B. We team up with local hotels, EV charging, taxis, etc. So that whole ecosystem that moves with this new piece of infrastructure will be available. And then there is a business model where, retailers get their cut, we get our cut, or whoever takes on the operational perspective. So we've been very aware of, showing investors how that revenue stream, how that will work, and what is the potential.
Super. And Matthew, perhaps I could come to you. I rather suspect this will be the last question we have. You talked before about the wider Hyundai having a view of a wider mobility system. Do you have a view of that kind of total system, so things like the revenue, the time to pass through, or do you see yourselves more in the vehicle provision? So I just wonder what your comments are on the same kind of question.
Yeah, so it's worth saying that Hyundai's long-term vision is to go to basically human-centered cities, and by doing that, what that means is sort of the traditional function of the car, the traditional function of eVTOL, of all of these kind of pieces of the ecosystem need to come together in a different way. And so, I think talking of kind of ancillary opportunities at the urban airport or other pieces of infrastructure that will serve the needs of urban air mobility, I think there's the opportunity to stitch together kind of multimodal processes. So, perhaps there's a pickup and drop off fee, just like there are at airports today, kind of as one option. I think this kind of movement from traditional kind of revenue sources where people are spending a lot of time in retail environments at large airports is probably not the right precedent. I think there's unique opportunities for that, and the urban airport does a great job of indicating kind of how we can shift that to more of an e-commerce model where perhaps you have a pretty limited display section and you can take a look at that, but then continue browsing on your phone, on your flight, or in your car. And that kind of gets credited back as a targeted, ad revenue or what have you to the infrastructure. But I think the fixed base operator model might be the best one to look at for some of these really urban environment infrastructures. And so I think, those pieces of infrastructure usually make their money off of currently fuel sales and maintenance. And so I think when we think of electric charging, maintenance opportunities as maintenance as a service, right? Those are interesting areas that we can look at for additional kind of revenue drivers for these pieces of infrastructure.
Excellent. Thank you, Matthew. And I have to say we are deep into the red screen of doom now. So with that, if I could just say thank you to a wonderful panel and Matthew, Hazel, Andy, Andrea and Jenny. So if you please join me in thanking the panel.
Thank you so much, Gary and the panelists, for a really interesting, yet another interesting discussion. So we're now heading towards our final session of this Connected Skies Summit, and that's going to be chaired by Henry Che, who is a colleague of mine. So I work closely with Henry. He's the Director of New Mobilities Technologies at CPC, but has got a long-standing career in various technologies, including working at BAE Systems and various aviation and other technologies. So Henry, I'd like to welcome you to the stage.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for joining the most exciting part of the day, of the sessions, to talk about aviation sustainability. It's a very broad area, which means different things to different people. And I'm hoping these sessions will be able to iron out and discover some of it. I mean, earlier it's talk about the society impact already being explored, but it is also important to keep in mind the need of the customer and the wider public expectation when it comes to sustainable aviation. Minister Robert Cotter yesterday mentioned, and Jenny mentioned earlier, a part of it is require the government through Jet Zero that they ran a consultation about setting the target of net zero, but also wider to that is also establishing a Jet Zero 20 strategy later on this year. And I'm really delighted of this session that hopefully the discussions that we gather out and information that we start talking about it, how this is actually feeding into that strategy. If I just do some introductions while the panel is being mic'd up. Today we have Jason Flower, who is the chair of the British Aviation Group, and has long-standing experience in the development and constructions industry, and particular focus in the aviation sector. He is currently leading the G&T Independent Fund Surveyor Services at Heathrow Airport, which looking at the key capital investment project at the airport. He is also an aviation a member of the Aviation Export Board, bring together industry and government together on development matters, and also an expert advisor in the Transport Survey Trade Advisory Group. We also have today Fiona Smith, who is the Group Head of Aerodrome Strategy at AGS, which is looking after the airport in Aberdeen, Glasgow, and Southampton. Her expertise and strategy specialism gained from across 7 airports internationally and also for the CAA. And also she is also the project director in the Future Flight project on KLIS, a government-funded initiative with partnership with NHS to demonstrate the viability of the drones-enabled national network to Scotland. We have also Tom Grundy, the Chief Executive for Airlander, is a fellow of the Royal Aeronautical Society, and previously has, before joining Airlander, has been working in BAE System, heading of the business management of the BAE System Tornado availability support services, and also involving some of the UAV development out in Australia, and also worked on Airbus A380 and the Eurofighter Typhoon program. Lastly, we're also joined by the Professor Mark Westwood, the Head of Centre and Professor Aeronautical at Cranfield University, which is one of the world's largest centres for postgraduate educations and research in aircraft design, aerodynamics, advanced modelling, and simulation tools and methods. Previous to that, he worked in QinetiQ on looking at various civil and military technology demonstration program, been head of system engineering for air division in QinetiQ, as well as being head of computational aerodynamics at aircraft research associations. And before joining Cranfield, he was also a colleague of mine at the Catapult as being the chief technical officer. If I ask them to join us at the panel, and we'll start off with for about 2 or 3 minutes to talk about each individual of what you think of aero, the sustainability in aviation. So if I just started off the order for 2 minutes of each individual, talk about your thought around these topics and then your background around it would be very useful. If I start from Jason.
Okay, thank you very much, and thanks for the introduction. I suppose my principal reason for being part of the panel today is as chair of the British Aviation Group, which, as many of you know, is a trade association for UK-based suppliers to the aviation industry, and with around 200 corporate members covering every sort of aspect of the aviation project lifecycle, from strategic advice at the very beginning through the design and delivery of projects and assets, indeed through to the operation of those completed facilities. We've got quite a broad church and represent a lot of the sort of horsepower, if you like, that exists in industry to service the development and operation of airports. We've got a group of also strategic partners, so client organisations and others that we work with as a trade association in a very sort of symbiotic way to create a conduit to that supply chain to act, as it were, as a convening influence in the industry to try and bring clients with their needs and requirements together with the capabilities that exist within our membership to deliver those. And very much delivery is one of my sort of themes in this debate, and something that I certainly try and bring a degree of emphasis to. Collaboration, sort of moving on, is absolutely vital in the aviation sector if we're going to achieve the sort of goals that we're setting ourselves. And I'm going to come on to sort of emphasise that again in a moment. We're sort of moving from an era of expansion to an era of transition, and the projects that we are going to be looking to deliver the infrastructure in the future embrace new technology and present many challenges to the delivery process. And this is happening at a time where, post-pandemic, we're at an all-time low in terms of resource capacity. So this is an obvious issue that we need to sort of rise to meet. And what we don't want it to do is be a brake on the delivery of the great thinking that's going on in terms of solutions for the future that are addressing the challenges that we have in the aviation sector. So it's fantastic to see many groups forming in industry that not only seek to break down the silo barriers that we have between sectors in development, which are very real, but also look to break down the barriers across sectors and across industries. And for example, the forthcoming Cranfield University-sponsored session where we're bringing National Grid in with the aviation community to discuss how we deliver power sources to airports. I think those conversations are vital to making sure that we come together at this period of resource shortage and deliver sort of holistic solutions to the sustainability challenges. So I suppose the final thing I would say is that within, and it's an easy out for me because the chair of this group is in the audience, but within the British Aviation Group, we have the innovation working group that takes a very thematic approach to innovation and employs a good deal of brain power from within our membership to sort of drive solutions forward around decarbonisation, smart airports, future of flight, and other areas. But again, I come back to my sort of, in conclusion, my final theme around organisation and delivery. We're looking for innovation in that space too, to address this resource challenge, but also to address the particular challenges that exist around these new projects, new technologies, new processes. And it's that which I'm sort of keen to ensure we put some emphasis on alongside colleagues who talk about the very exciting solutions that we, in fact, have to deliver.
Thank you. Yeah, we'll dig into more deeply into it in a minute with some of the question to address some of the things that you raised earlier. Fiona?
Hi. So I suppose AGS airports, as you mentioned, we have 3 airports, 3 regional airports, Aberdeen, Glasgow and Southampton. And from an airport's perspective, I guess it's been quite a unique period in time for everyone, but for us, prior to COVID, we were already in this really very unusual situation where we could see our landscape changing. So we had the whole climate piece starting to really come to the fore, but we also had real serious challenges around our business model, and that there was already a bit of a move and a change around regional aviation and how that whole sort of domestic connectivity was going to play out in the future. We had the collapse of Flybe and a number of other airlines were also struggling. So then we had COVID, and we're now in the place where we are. There's a real risk for airports now that we've sort of got to our summer peak, for airports to sort of just go headlong back into what we know that we've always done, and do it the same way that we always have, just to try and keep our head above water and try and make back some of those losses that we've faced over the past couple of years. But I think I'm not seeing that happening at the expense of the sustainability discussion that's been happening over the past 2 years, which is really encouraging to see and positive, as that would really be detrimental. There's a lot of trust still to be built with our passengers, our customers, and we have, from a sustainability point of view, I think for AGS as a group, where we've sort of found ourselves is, aside from the obvious carbon piece in emissions, the role we have to play in that, we've sort of grasped the social responsibility piece as a company, to just look at how do we try and play our role better as a member of our communities. So that's something that's really important to us.
So Tom, as a developer, what's your thoughts around aviation sustainability?
Well, we've been designing and developing something that's pretty unique in aerospace, and I think it's unique in transportation actually. It's an aircraft that's designed to sit in between what we currently see being done by fast and relatively carbon-intense aeroplanes and the slower surface transport options that we've got. So it's in that gap And in that gap, we unlock a number of different use cases in aviation. So when we think about our markets, we think about, a bit like Andy was saying from Loganair, you know, there is a lot of transport and freight market that's currently over land. 99% of our freight currently goes over the surface rather than by air. And actually 9 in 10 people worldwide haven't gotten an airplane yet. And we want aviation to grow and the benefits to grow and to break the links with CO2. So we're positioning a product in that gap. We're doing it at scale. So we bring a 100-seat or 10-ton lifting aircraft into that market at our market entry point. And where that overlaps with the sustainability piece for aviation is we have in that product what we think of as the world's most efficient large aircraft. So some of our market sits in places that the aviation industry currently serves through fixed wing and rotary wing. And it's in particular parts of those markets where we're using those aircraft very inefficiently that a product like ours fits in. So, for example, the sort of short sectors that we were talking about earlier on, island hopping, getting around difficult geographies, where really our only options in the transport system today are to take a slow, difficult journey over the surface or to take a very fast journey by air, but one that's carbon intensive. So by bringing a product like Airlander into that mix, we can offer some quick wins in a landscape that doesn't have many technological quick wins, and unlock some new connections, new ways of moving people between places. And with Airlander, we do that at about 10% the emissions footprint of a fixed wing flight. That's at service entry. We're working on all electric to move that to zero emissions by the end of the decade. So that'll be zero emissions, 100 passenger or 10-ton freight by the end of the 20s.
Interesting. Mark, and about yourself and thinking about it, I'll combine the second question that I'm about to ask as well. What is the academic role you think that will play in toward the future air mobility?
Okay, thank you, Henry. I mean, I think in terms of aviation sustainability, where I always start is, I think some of those big graphs that we've all seen about how aviation makes its way to zero emissions, which normally start off with a lot of emissions, they go up a little bit, and then some magic happens, and by 2050 we're down to zero. And in those graphs, there's, you'll remember there's emissions from all these different sources, and I think what it really tells you is, firstly, there's no silver bullet solution, and we've heard that from some of the speakers today. And secondly, that we're going to need solutions from all the different parts of the aviation ecosystem. So it's not all about more efficient aircraft and different propulsion types, which, the sorts of things that get my group really excited, but there's lots more needed from looking at things like how we manage airspace, how we manage the airport environment, and how we manage transport in and out of it. And from a Cranfield perspective, what we're trying to do is to assemble all of those different tools to create a living lab so that we can understand, faced with a plethora of different technology options, and we heard this morning some of the interesting debate about the role of things like battery electric versus hydrogen and hydrogen fuel cell versus hydrogen combustion. Lots of unanswered questions at the moment, and the role of academia in the face of this knowledge gap is to try and fill that gap. And that's what we're trying to do at Cranfield. We've established a brand around the Global Research Airport. We're the only university in Europe with its own airports, air navigation service provider. And I'm contractually obliged to talk about the funding proposal which we were awarded yesterday, which is to put zero emissions technology into the airport to try and run our own operations as a zero emissions airport. So, over the next period, you'll see Cranfield putting in place an electrolyzer to produce green hydrogen from our own solar farm. We'll be producing a series of ground vehicles that will be zero emissions powered, so a mix of hydrogen combustion, battery electric, and fuel cell technology. We'll also be putting in an air quality monitoring set of infrastructure around the university to try and look at the impact of these technologies, and really trying to put a knowledge base there to help industry and innovators navigate their way through what is a massive period of uncertainty. But I think there's also a massive load of opportunity there, and as someone who's worked in the aerospace industry for more times than I now care to remember, the most exciting time, and great time for us all to make a real difference to this industry, and to the greater good, I think.
Thank you. I mean, Jason, with all this technology we just mentioned, and with all the topic that everyone talking about, and what does sustainability strategy actually means to the supply chain? I mean, if I just do a sales page as well. I mean, yesterday we just launched, CBC been working with Mott MacDonald to launch something called the feasibility of zero emission airport operations in England by 2040, which sort of provide a landscape of an outlook of all the technology and innovation which is available. But what does it mean to all the supply chain?
Well, I suppose I look at it through my sort of, again, organisational and delivery lens. I think strategy documents are intended to be the beginning of the journey that creates a direction and a consistent direction and a level of confidence in the investment community, the clients and supply chain, that they have a sense of the path, the route map, as the very popular term, through the delivery of facilities. And I think, there's many different levels of strategy, aren't there? I think one of the challenges that sits in front of us, and I agree completely with the comment that this is one of the most exciting periods to have sort of been involved in aviation. One of the challenges is creating that clarity and strategy in a market that is very diverse, with very, very many competing commercial interests. It's always been one of the challenges of aviation, and perhaps something to be celebrated. But getting people pointing in one direction and aligned from airports and airlines and investors and others around some of those sort of key sustainability strategy goals is key, and then allowing that to percolate down through program delivery plans, objectives, etc., so that we get forward movement. The danger always is that we stall and start to struggle to progress within a reasonable time frame. So I think those, the sustainability strategy is a tremendously important document alongside others that need to be complementary and consistent in enabling the industry to move toward solutions and deliver facilities.
Thank you. I mean, then look at Fiona. We talk about supply chain, but from a procurement perspective, how do you think the innovations in how to stimulate the innovation? I mean, we talked about accelerator previously. Why do you think those are important?
Well, particularly at this point in post-COVID. So, I mean, the airport industry, we lost a third of our staff, as much of the aviation industry did during that period. So coming out of that, we really are coming at it from a perspective of having very few resources to go and look at and do the legwork to try and understand what's out there. So these type of schemes are really, really helpful to sort of do some of that background and present here's a bit of an opportunity with some suppliers who you may not know, and we've done the work already. So we've been a member of the accelerator scheme with CPC recently in the past year, and that was really great for us. I mean, it was very sort of, the investment in time was totally worth the output that we were able to then work with the companies that we did. So we worked with EMU Analytics. We did some work on trying to understand some of our indirect emissions for aircraft taxiing. So that was really helpful for us. From that, we also met another supplier called Commonplace, who we now use as our engagement platform with for any consultations, and that was just from one program. It was really, for us, that was fantastic. It saved us that entire procurement journey to try and do all that legwork. And I guess so we were part of the TRIG scheme as well, where we worked on that sort of part of the reason that it's difficult for airports to invest in infrastructure is kind of, the challenge is obvious. It's very, very costly to do so, and a lot of the data just doesn't exist. The business case isn't there yet. So the TRIG scheme that we were part of helped with University Strathclyde to develop a tool that would give us data to sort of help inform our strategy when we should invest around electrical infrastructure and what that should look like and what point in the journey it should come. So it's not always as sort of straightforward as trying to provide suppliers who will do a task for you. Sometimes it's helping you fill a gap in your knowledge that later on down the line will help you with your procurement journey.
Oh. And I'll turn into Mark. Then, how industry and academia that can work together effectively to meet some of the point that Jason and Fiona have been addressing.
It's an interesting question, Henry. And you mentioned that I moved fairly recently from working in sort of Catapult network and in industry into academia. So it's a question I find myself asking a lot. I ask my team quite a lot. How can we work better with industry? And I think this is a question maybe I answer not from a Cranfield perspective, but just as a general perspective across the academic system. There still really is clearly a little bit of a gap between the reality of what industry needs and what the academic system stimulates. And some of that's around the way different systems are measured, and there could definitely be some better targeting of incentives in the academic system, I would believe. People moving between both different systems, I would advocate that clearly, having just done it, I guess. But it's certainly something that I think would help both sets of communities understand each other better. But there are some really good tools already in place. Different ones work better depending on different sizes of organisation. If you're a small, medium-sized innovator startup, one of the things that works really well is something called knowledge transfer partnerships, where a small company can be paid for most of the time of a member of a university to come and work and just embed technology straight into that company. We've got a couple of those going on at the moment where we've got, young, talented researchers who are spending their time in an industrial company directly putting technology in, and if they can draw back into the university, into all of that knowledge to try and support that company. I've seen that work incredibly well. From a bigger corporate perspective, knowledge sharing, in terms of trying to understand each other's strategic aims. The first thing I ever say to a company when they come and talk to us is, can I please come and show us your technology roadmaps? Because that's the thing that I want to put in front of my academic team to tell them this is what industry wants. These are the kinds of products and services that industry is crying out for. And if we're not producing those, if our research is not active in those areas, then really we're starting to miss a trick. So it's trying to align those different areas of interest. And also don't overlook things that might seem really, really obvious. So one of the sort of barriers for innovation that people talk about in a theoretical sense is called diffusion of knowledge, which effectively just means just people knowing stuff that's already out there. And Fiona, I loved your stories just then about the accelerator experience, and having been a small part of that, the Catapult is a warm place in my heart to know that it's worked quite well. But actually just physically introducing people with different skills and capabilities, that's knowledge diffusion in action, and it works.
Thank you. We've been talking the question quite broad so far. If I narrow it down to each individual sectors of how you're going to contribute, for Tom, how can the hybrid air vehicles help in actually transition into zero emissions?
Well, in several ways. Some of them direct and some of them indirect. If I just unpack some of those. First of all, I think it will have been said before today, but just framing the challenge we've got here, moving from a kerosene-enabled aviation system to something that's working on different fuels, new fuels, or scaling up equivalents to kerosene, right across that landscape, we all know that's a huge challenge. It's part of what makes working in aviation today very exciting. It's also what makes it very challenging and gives us the responsibility that we have as engineers in this generation to make a difference. So with Airlander, we feel that, and we view the future landscape as a landscape where one size isn't going to fit all. So different fuels, different technologies, potentially different connections across our transport system to enable people to get the benefits that aviation give today, but from a blend of different options. Now, the place that a product like Airlander plays in that directly initially is in those parts of aerospace that are currently using aeroplanes, fixed-wing aeroplanes, because they're the tool we've got. And I talked a little bit about island hopping or short sector transport in my introductory comments. But, you know, really reflecting the conversation earlier, there are significant chunks of what we do in regional aviation where the ground journey time and the friction of getting on board the aeroplane are a big part of the passenger journey, a big part of the experience. If we can cut that down, provide a more sustainable option for the flight segment of those journeys, we can quickly achieve equivalent journey times with much lower CO2 emissions. So one example we use is Liverpool to Belfast. That's a 4.5-hour trip if you go from city centre out to the airport, get on board the flight, get off at the other end. Your next best alternative is 9 hours or something on the ferry. With a product like ours, you would be flying in a 5-hour journey, your footprint would be cut by 90%. So that's a near-term quick win. That's available to us from 2026. It requires us to look a little bit differently about how we connect things up, but once you've done that, you can make a big step. The next thing that I think a project like ours can do is act as a pull-through. So we are in a position where we're employing hydrogen technology, hydrogen storage, fuel cell, electric motors, which are in development now for Airlander. That provides a pull, it provides a technology path where those products can spin off their benefits into other parts of aviation, and where we can clear through some of the certification hurdles, some of the questions that come from operating like that. Then there's another area here where we've got challenges across the whole of the system here in terms of how we scale up fuels, new fuels coming into the system. So if you think about sustainable aviation fuels, biofuels, future power to liquid, or even hydrogen, each of those are uses of energy. We've got an energy challenge coming on the back of the climate challenge here. And so as that new energy landscape opens up, using that energy in the most efficient way for each of our transportation steps becomes a really important part of our future landscape. We're not going to have this sort of open access to kerosene that we've had, or to an equivalent fuel, for quite some time. So again, a technology like ours, you can take those shorter sector journeys or take the freight and logistics part of aviation, move that on to a less intensive energy using platform, and save those very limited fuels at the moment that we really need to push the scale up for, save those for the longer sector travel that we currently need them for in jet aviation. So direct benefits available quickly and lots of indirect benefits right across what we think is going to be a very different landscape in 10 years' time.
Thank you very much. Very interesting. Fiona, my team done some research and actually saying the ASG group actually signed the Toulouse Declaration back in February about the whole how to be sustainability. My question is actually, what are ASG actually going to do and then doing in encourage this environmental sustainability with the airport?
So, I mean, we published our sustainability strategy last year, and that has a roadmap attached to it, as most airports are pulling together now, to our net zero target by mid-2030s for our direct emissions. So we have a number of initiatives. That there's a whole raft, as you can imagine, and there are the kind of the directly related emissions type targets. So in initiatives, so we're doing things like we're installing a solar farm at Glasgow. It's 30 acres, and when it's complete, it'll be able to serve our entire campus and all of our third parties. It'll produce enough electricity that it's equivalent to 20% of the houses in Glasgow City. So it'll be a substantial investment to have that in place. So that's one of our kind of major initiatives. We're also doing lots of sort of innovation stuff around. We're trialling some fixed wind turbines now with Catrick and University of Strathclyde that will convert jet exhaust to energy. So we're doing a few things like that, and obviously we're looking to try and just reduce our on the ground emissions as well across our airports, changing our fleet to fixed ground power and things like that. We're in the midst of airspace change, as a lot of UK airports are, across the 3 airports, so that will be significant, a significant impact to the overall network. And I think that the piece around the agreement that you mentioned, it's a wider, it looks at sustainability in the wider sense. So there are other aspects that we're really very passionate about. We talk about innovation with purpose. So we lead a lot of initiatives with our local communities. We do lots of funding of individual sort of projects. We're involved in recruitment and trying to make sure communities have access to all the jobs of not only our own staff but all of our third parties within our local areas. We lead the Keyless initiative, which was mentioned earlier, which is a bit of an odd thing when we decided to do that as an airport group, to be leading a project encouraging drones. We got a lot of sort of funny looks from other airports as, why are you doing this? But we feel it's our responsibility with our sort of safety backgrounds that we can actually help push that forward. So that's something that we're really proud of doing too. We're also really active in sort of looking down the line at the skills gap. So we take a real interest in diversity. We're members of the Women in Aviation Airspace Charter, and we're quite active in trying to encourage activities like that and across industry as well.
Mm-hmm. So Jason, as from British Aviation Group, how do you think we should or will or is actually helping to support this whole aviation strategy and then how we transition to it with some of the stuff we've been discussed so far?
Well, I think perhaps, to return to some of the themes of it, as a trade association, obviously networking, connectivity is a big part of the agenda continuously, and British Aviation Group has got a very mature set of groups, regional groups across Northern Ireland, Scotland, and the north of England. We've got special interest groups covering particular areas of the industry conversation, and we've got working groups covering a good number of particular topics. And it's perhaps no surprise to anyone that sustainability is very high up the agenda of all of that discussion and debate across that sort of networking arena. And I think we as a trade association, along with other similar organisations, have a responsibility to fuel that debate. And I think historically, if I refer back to the era of expansion, a lot of that was about putting our supplier members in contact with client organisations and just understanding what are you going to buy, when are you going to buy it, and can I bid for it? I think there's a more nuanced and more sophisticated relationship now that we effect, where you're bringing those parties together to discuss and debate new solutions, new ways of working. You're bringing the intellectual capabilities within the supply chain together with clients who have needs and requirements to move forward, and really starting to hopefully make the sparks happen in between those. And amongst our strategic partners, of course, are Connected Places Catapult, and we are members of Sustainable Aviation, and so on. So we reach out and link arms with other representative bodies. And I think that is, for me, a really important component of moving us forward. So I think the Trade Association can absolutely play that part. I think two other things to mention quickly in terms of what are we doing to facilitate this entire effort. The first being, we've got an objective as a board in BAG that is around common voice. And we've invested during the pandemic, during the sort of crisis phase, if you call it that, in membership of an all-party parliamentary group called the Future of Aviation Group, amongst other areas, where we've sought to add industry's voice to that of others in influencing government policy, government thinking around how best to support the sector to survive the pandemic. Those types of organisations are now continuing and looking forward to recovery and the era of transition. And now we're finding that there is actually value in us continuing to have that influence and provide that voice, again, in unity with others in the industry, to attempt to effect government thinking and hopefully make it as complementary and as supportive as it can be to industry to move forward with a number of these solutions. The final thing I would say, and I think it's a really important aspect of this whole debate, is that we also very focused on the aviation community and resources, as I've mentioned. You might be surprised to know, diversity and inclusion are very high up our agenda, but that is critical to ensuring that we, as an entire sector, are able to address the most diverse possible resources for the future. And coming back to an earlier comment, this is where I think we can work very well with other areas of the sector and academia and so on, because we know we've got a challenge. We need to attract the next generation to come and work in this industry and help us solve these problems. And right now we've got, at least in part, the same problem as oil and gas, in that we're seen as a legacy industry to be a bit dirty. And yet we've got to attract people in and tell them that this is one of the most exciting times to be in aviation, and that it's a great time to get involved and help us come up with the solutions for the future. And I think we'll only do that effectively if we do it together. You'll only get that voice. And I'm always minded to sort of that Royal Navy advert, where people from all sorts of backgrounds approaching all manner of different careers, but it's all about, I was made in the Royal Navy. And I think that is something of the kind of message we want to get around aviation, to say what a fantastic industry to get involved in right now, so you can be part of the sort of pioneering spirit for the future. So those sort of key areas are where we think as a trade association we can help fuel progress and help clients and academic organisations move things forward.
Thank you. That's very useful. Lastly, I'll go to Mark before I open up to the floor. I mean, Mark being in the industry, in the Catapult, and now being fresh in academia, what do you think are the main challenge facing in academia, and what action you think need to be done?
Challenges of academia, that's an interesting one. I think I'm talking to the Pro Vice Chancellor about that tomorrow. I mean, we're having a really interesting debate at lunch, actually, about funding technology through the different technology readiness levels, and how the UK has got this. We've got this amazing science funding system. From a science perspective, the UK is a global leader, and we hear it being talked about by our politicians quite rightly, quite often, about how we're so great. But the sort of the hidden backstory is we're not quite so good at translating that into products. And I do think part of that is around the way the funding is allocated, and there's sort of some systemic issues around that. Some of it is also cultural as well. So, I think in general, not many academics go into academia to be millionaires. They want to do some really interesting research. But I think if you were to go and visit MIT, then I think quite a few of them want to be millionaires. I'm not suggesting being a millionaire is the ultimate end game here, by the way. But in terms of economic output and industrial growth, and GDP, there is an aspect to it. And I think there is a cultural thing, and it comes back to what are the signals that people see and are measured by in different environments. Anyone that's interested in academia will know that last week all universities were rapidly tweeting about the Research Excellence Framework, which is the 7-yearly measure of how great research is in your particular university. And it's really interesting as a new person in that system to see how it's measured. Some of it's measured on what's called your outputs, which is how many journal papers you publish and how good they are assessed by other people. Some of it's on industrial case studies, which is the thing that I'm really passionate about, which is, did the stuff we were doing really make a difference to anyone's lives? And some of it's done on what's called impact, and impact is measured in a slightly different way to the way I was used to in the Catapult. So it's a mixture of sort of social and economic impact. But a lot of the emphasis is on the journal paper part, which I know it's important, but it seems quite old-fashioned and a little bit out of kilter. So I think what I'd be looking for is over the next 7-year ref cycle, is some change to that measure to incentivise the way that academic institutions behave. And I think that would really help industry engage with them as well, and they might feel a little bit less alien. So that would be top of my list.
And if you need help, the Catapult can come and help you as well.
Thank you, Henry.
If I open up any question from the floor at all. I've got a few on the silo. If I start from the question on the silo first. What will the future of airports look like from an ownership point of view? Can we expect a higher public-private ownership or higher private ownerships?
I suppose it depends what you class as an airport in the future. So, yeah, so we have our existing infrastructure, but that landscape's going to change. I mean, so AGS Airport's major shareholder, Ferrovial, with a plan to put 25 vertiports in the UK. So there's a really interesting dynamic to consider how that works, you know, with airports and vertiports. So the ownership, that's a good question. I'm not sure. We've been sort of discussing that in Caylus from a drones infrastructure point of view. How do you actually scale that? There's going to have to be a bit of a mix investment from both sides to get that to the point that you need it. I would imagine that there's probably going to be more private initially in terms of the vertiports piece, and airports will adapt from where they are at the moment to meet it. So I don't know the definitive answer, but I certainly know that it will be more than just the ownership that's going to change. There will be a completely different landscape, I think.
I'm tempted to come in. I mean, I sense that airports will remain in private ownership. You know, it's an interesting perspective that the new technologies, there's clearly some risks along the way, aren't there, of obsolescence and so on as we travel. And therefore you might find that airports broaden their investment base investor base in order to shoulder those risks as they travel. And one other thought is that, again, it comes back to what do you think of as an airport? In a more distributed airport aviation system with more airports in more places, I'm sort of minded with the parallels with things like fibre networks and EVs and so on. If left to private industry, you could pretty much put the pins in the map where those airports will exist now. The government, public sector funding might need to come in order to encourage that toward slightly less lucrative areas in order that you get social balance. And that's a kind of interesting perspective that happens in many, many other sort of new technology arenas, and therefore I wonder whether it will become a factor in this sort of new aviation system that we're creating.
Yeah, no, very interesting. I mean, Fiona also saying what's the definition of airport? Tom, from your view as well, from like Airlanders for the hybrid air vehicles.
Yeah, I mean, I think the observation I'd make about airports is that infrastructure has grown up from the combination of a variety of factors that have allowed us or encouraged us to aggregate kerosene supplies, transport, ecosystems, and the infrastructure, the runway and the security system around it all in one place. And we've got a relatively undistributed network, not just here, but globally as a result. I think Airlander's one example where if you take a different technology path through this, you end up potentially in quite a different place. So one of the things that we've built into our thinking about our product is the ability to go point to point without significant built environment infrastructure. So certainly no need for the runway. If you're taking the energy levels of the transport medium down a little bit, can we get a little bit closer to the experience we have when we get on board a ferry as opposed to the current experience of going through an airport? So there's and of course then you throw on top of that what fuels and what are the bets that the infrastructure providers need to make on what fuels are provided where. So to me, it seems with the technology changes that are coming through, it seems unlikely that we're going to see the airport infrastructure that we have today unchanged. I couldn't speak to the ownership model, but I think in terms of the richness of opportunities, the richness of connections that we're going to want and we're going to need, that will change very significantly. And certainly we're working to activate some of that with our product.
Thank you. I'm just keeping on the floor. It seems like people online is much more active here at the moment. The next one is how should the emissions, it's a very interesting one, how should the emissions from early sourcing of materials to decommissioning of equipment be considered to impact the sustainability of the entire value chain? I'm not sure who wants to go first. It seems to be applicable to anyone.
Probably a sign. There's probably a paper written on that question.
That could be my first
Sounds
paper.
like
So thank you. I mean, I think if it's about, should you measure emissions from, source to the end of product use? I mean, clearly, I think yes, you should. Otherwise, you're going to, you run the risk of incentivizing some really perverse behaviours. So, I think. Yeah, the simple answer is yes. And what we actually really need to do, one thing we've touched on as part of this 2-day conference is think really hard about the energy supply side as well. So much of what's been talked about in terms of new technologies and new ways of delivering aviation is based it's based on the tacit assumption that electrical power is easily available anywhere at fairly low cost. And while we're making that assumption here in the aviation industry, probably next door you've got the automotive industry making the same assumption, and then next door to them you've probably got the rail industry doing the same thing. And the biggest challenge, I think, is likely to be where do we get cheap renewable electrical power from in the future.
If I may come in, I mean, what I found really interesting as my firm get involved in sort of all areas, including energy distribution and so on, and then the interconnectors that are now being created that bring renewably sourced energy from elsewhere to Britain via subsea cables and so on, I think are fascinating. And what you're seeing is the sort of resurgent manufacturing sector in Britain are moving their development sites to where these interconnectors land on the coast in order to tap into those renewable sources of electricity for obvious reasons. And I think, it really does start to beg the question, that's interesting, what about putting airports or significant transport nodes in places where they can take advantage of those? And again, that's a breaking down the silos between industries conversation, isn't it? And doing a very, very high level piece of development master planning. But that's, I think that would be a great conversation to get into.
The question of source to end of life emissions footprint is a very live one for us. Obviously, I've talked a lot about what our product would offer operators in service in terms of carbon reductions. And one of the challenges for us is how we trade time to market, time to be able to get there and deliver those opportunities for our customers, for our operators, versus the time it takes us to decarbonise our supply chain and our own facilities on the path there. And I think, for a company like ours, there's no easy answer to that. We're not alone. I think everybody's facing difficult choices here. But we're looking at this from a point of view of what's the fastest way to the biggest net gain, and working the biggest pieces of this first, and then working with our supply chain to progressively get to the harder to capture emissions benefits.
Okay, I've got one more question here, but I want to open to the floor again. Is any more question from the floor at all? Everyone shied away, too desperate to go, I think. I will go for this last questions. What government interventions, however unlikely, would be most helpful, like broad green deals, carbon tax freeze on oil price, sustainable fuel, etc.?
Maybe if I can start, I'll slightly dodge the political potato there in terms of picking a particular initiative. But one thing that I think is really, really important is, we've heard people talk over the last couple of days about some of the programs, for example, that DfT has put in place, the ZEFI program that CPC helped deliver. Brilliant in creating demand, and what we really want to do is start demonstrating some of these zero emissions technologies in use. If you want to go and buy a fuel cell stack in the UK, I think you're going to find it really difficult because the supply side is struggling to match the demand that we're creating. So if I was going to ask government for anything, I've probably got a very long list, but one of the things would be for an industrial strategy that matched the supply side with the demand side. Because otherwise we're basically creating a market for other countries to fulfill.
From a technology development perspective, I would say, picks up on your point from earlier actually, Mark, that we have a fantastic ecosystem for R&D, technology development, maturation, pull through of concepts into proof of concept. Where I think we don't have such a strong ecosystem is at that point of transfer of risk from the developer to the operator. So you look at where we are, we're 15 years down the line of developing our technology. There's better part of £150 million of development gone into the programme. We're now at a point where you're at a transfer of risk to the operator. That first operator is now going to start taking operating risk. And I think there does need to be a balance there between industry, customer, and government through potentially commercial demonstrators, those sort of programs at the point of delivery to really ensure we pull through the technology to the point where we're getting economic benefits from those technologies here in the UK, where we are fantastic at developing them in the first place.
I mean, really quick comment, but I mean, I think there's a non-financially, government intervention around government-to-government agreements, so that recognising it's a global industry, setting some clear, consistent policy within which investment can be made in order to give people surety and certainty going forward. And also then a personal view rather than a British Aviation Group view, I stress, but I'm a sort of fan of, government, if funding being put in or to guarantee or underwrite outcomes rather than seed fund at this stage, because I think we live in a market at the moment where there is money to be invested. It's just that investors need a level of confidence and certainty to jump in. So I think if, creating the conditions for investment would mean that we attract, strong private investment into the market, and the government therefore just backing outcomes, which I think, if we get our appraisals right, we can be reasonably assured of, given that we broadly understand the demand, as long as we can get the sustainable solutions in place.
I would just say, so that avoiding the kind of obvious ones that we've probably talked about quite a lot at this conference, on airspace modernisation, which is, as an airport group, something that's probably one of the most significant impacts that we can make by delivering that programme, would be the sort of continual challenge we have over carbon versus noise, and the sort of government altitude-based priorities as a continual source for the potential to derail that programme. So I think at a certain point in the programme, it would be great to have some sort of steer to assist in keeping that on track, and I think that's the priority, is to help keep that, actually let us get to the point that we can deliver it, and not sort of let it fall off the edge of a cliff, because it does make up quite a large proportion for the UK in that 2050 plan. So that would be the main one, I think.
Right, I've been told by the backstage that our time is up, but thank you very much for all the fruit of thought and contribution of information that hopefully everyone can think about more, and then hopefully the government also think about how this contributes to Just Zero strategy in the later. Thank you very much for everyone listening.
Thank you, Henry, and very much for, again, another interesting discussion. And also thank you to the panel speakers, Jason, Fiona, Tom and Mark. We really appreciate your insights there. So that brings us to the end of our Connected Skies Summit. But just to conclude, I really do just want to say a big thank you to all the speakers, all the panellists, all the exhibitors that have been involved over the last couple of days. And also a huge thank you to the Connected Places Catapult team. There's many people who are doing a lot of work behind the scenes. I think often with these events, on the surface, everything seems magical and perfect, but behind the scenes, there's a lot of running around and a lot of preparation. So huge thank you. You know who you are, all of you that have been involved. I really hope you found it a really thoughtful, useful and insightful discussion over the last 2 days, and you learnt something from it, and you had a chance to meet people and speak to people that you wouldn't normally speak to as well. But before I completely end the session, I do just want to reflect and summarise some of the key points that have come out of the last 2 days. I think the ambitions are clear for addressing our impact to the climate and enabling the future of new modes of aviation. I think the challenge is clearer as well. We know that we will have to collaborate together. I think collaborate is a word that I think I've heard multiple times in every session over the last 2 days. So we need to collaborate together at pace to meet these ambitions. And when I say we, I think that includes industry, government, academia, financiers, startups, and probably as well many companies that don't even exist yet as well. And I think when you look at the breadth of experience and backgrounds we've got in the room today, that we've had online as well over the last couple of days, it is just incredible bringing all of that together. We also all know that there is no silver bullet to achieving net zero aviation. We've heard today in particular that it's responsibility for everyone, that's all of us as individuals, all of us as organisations as well, to collectively adopt a range of solutions to use them as effectively as possible. And I've really been encouraged to hear just how many of the speakers have expressed their absolute confidence in the 2050 goal. You know, it's achievable, but that's as long as we ensure that we've got the right focus and then we focus on the priorities. To quote a phrase, you know, not trying to boil the ocean, but we make sure we really focus on those key priorities. And I also think we are privileged to be discussing the opportunity we have in the UK. The term punch above our weight was used earlier, but punch above our weight in both aerospace and aviation. And this isn't just about addressing the climate impact, but it's how we can innovate and adopt the new modes of transport discussed at length, you know, namely things like urban and advanced mobility that we've heard about both today and yesterday. So finally, I think this summit has really brought together a wide range of stakeholders, including some as well that have an international presence. I'm really proud that Connected Places Catapult has convened this summit in the UK to showcase our collective national leadership for the future of aviation. And I think now is the time for all of us, that's all of us, to capitalise on the UK's ambition and continue to have impact across the globe. So I'll end it there. Thank you for those who are online, and for those in the room, wishing you very safe travels home. Thank you.